Everybody, welcome back to the channel and welcome to some vintage driving. Vintage time. What more could you want? We're going vintage, here we go. Who will be first here? Hello, Jesus. How's it going, man? Oh, we're in a...
Okay, let's go.
A black Shelby Cobra. That looks nice. This car looks real nice. Oh, nice. Glad you're doing well. Whoa! Hello. Yeah, I'd have one of these in real life. It's a real car. We've got some mega suspension travel going on here. Well, let's tweak the setup a bit. Hey, if you want to join the server, it's up and ready to go. Try this one. How come you were here straight away? How come you were in the chat straight away? Insta viewer, like a coffee. Offline chat waiting. I think you can get one for like 25,000. Bloody hell. I think it doesn't really matter because you could just take out credit cards and then you die when you inevitably crash it on the first time you take it out. So it wouldn't really matter how much it costs. Just max out a whole bunch of cards. That's why you get a good credit rating. So you can wreck your Shelby Cobra. I need to install the latest CMRT. They've done some updates to it. It's quite a top-heavy car in some ways. Quite a lumbersome. Imagine like driving this on British roads. You're just understeering to traffic. Windscreen needs a clean. to find some other vintage tracks to drive in AC. Whoa! That was very close. Blessed be the re-gripping of the tyres there. Okay. There you go. See? That's it. Dead. That's it. Straight into the wall. Done. Game over. Can you find a price for one of these cars at the moment? It's only got 4 gears. That's all you need. Just have like really long gearing. I have a shifter. I'm just not using it. I have to be careful using the shifter because heel and towing puts a lot of strain on my knee. So I tend not to use it that much. 30,000. That's not too bad. Does it hold its value?
The pace car is out of control.
Oh, thanks for following. Just something or other. Thank you very much. Appreciate the follow. Welcome. Oh, let's see what kind of laptop we can get. I mean, you could just go to Scotland and drive this car around. Sorted. Game of something or other. Just of AV things. Just AV things. Is that it? Yeah, game of something or other. That'd be a good channel name. Who cares about the details? Don't worry about that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. I don't butcher things, come on. Don't be silly. No butchering here. The correction timing seems a little bit off. Hello, Jet Red. You really have to be careful on the throttle with this car. But I think you really have to be careful on everything. It's just a few corners on this. It's fine. Nice, easy to. Sin Saturn, nice, easy track to jump in and drive. Nice, relaxing track. We're flying. VR? What's that? Oh, imagine using VR. Not allowed to do that. I need to have a little bit of a search for other old racetracks. This is a good lap so far. What's a blat? what? I don't know what a blat is. Yeah, we know all those tracks though. With some new vintage tracks is what we need. There'll be some sort of unknown ones. Whoa! That's quite a good line through there. This car slides out quite a lot. Morning. Hello, Wilson. All right, yeah. Driving real cars. Join the server if you want, guys. There's a link to the server. Should come up if you search for Game of Muscle. Oh, this should be a really good lap time. flat out. Oh, that's gonna be a hard one to beat. .423. Absolute filth. You really have to be drive this car delicate. Decisive and delicate. Oh, almost a second up there. Shouldn't matter too much. .250 pings alright, as long as it's consistent. Shouldn't be a problem. Just need to drink stronger tea, higher ping, more tea. Sim races are missing out not driving this stuff. It's amazing to think how many people don't know how good AC is. Woo! Bit of a flick from the rear there. Back of the car kicking out a bit. It is hot, but I have aircon. I've hacked the weather. Still 2 seconds up here. Oh no, I've run out of fuel. We were on a good lap. Hello, Yoko. CMRT is the mod. I can't believe we're 2 seconds up. Yeah, last night was mental. I didn't feel like I slept too well. It was just so hot, and I don't want to risk breaking my back taking the aircon upstairs. So, and I don't want to have 2 aircon units. Oh look, this setup could be lower. We'll join the server, guys. It's oh, God. If you want to join the server, you can just join this. Oh, that's better. It is a little bit noisy, yeah, but it's got like a long tube on it, and you can cool a room down, and then they'll stay cooled. Gets all the heat out of it. Well, I sleep wearing 3M ear protectors. So yeah, I have a fan blowing on me. Next to my bed I have like one of those It's like one with like a lid that opens up like that. It's actually a dehumidifier, but it's got a good fan in it, and it produces a very consistent airflow. But I literally have that next to my bed blowing on me, but even then, well. Oh, banana. Ah, qualify. We'll restart quali. Sorry, guys. We'll restart quali so more people can get in. My tea's a bit too hot still. Yeah, portable aircons are really good, to be honest, if you can get one. I use one in my in the office, and it's it works really well. Definitely worth getting them. Got an absolute beard on here. Feels well weird when you put oil on your beard. Right, what's our lap times here? Oh, did it delete it? CMRT should still have it. I need to check for there's a CMRT update. I need to install it. Okay. Let's get another lap in here. .423 is my best time. Different, tighter setup now. I can't remember what the name of the track is. Doesn't it say anywhere? Not Fontenay. I can't remember what it's called. You should say on the server. So you go on the server browser. This is probably what modern Formula 1 track should be like this. Where you just have fences instead of Armco. But that way people have to drive slower so they then drive safer. Makes sense. Got trees for spectators to hide behind as well, so it's pretty good. This would be such just like a dream of a car to drive. Search for Gamer Muscle, the server should come up. rear's a bit loose compared to the front on this setup. Like, the rear just wants to keep sliding. But because it's stiff, it's nice and smooth in the slide. You got heat stroke. You finally used the Quest 3. You finally experienced giant sweet spot and crisp resolution. Right. After using the Quest 3, how mental is it when people say, "Oh, I can't see. I can't see." Yeah, I know. It just needs to be, even if it was exactly the same, right? But lighter, with a better head strap and stuff by default. You need to play Half-Life Alyx with like VR desktop, and just the graphics in that are mental. Like Half-Life Alyx looks so good on the Quest 3. It's like you're playing on a monitor, but with VR. Yeah, it is funny, isn't it? It's like, have you got a? It's probably businesses buying it, Shumi. Have you got are you using a like a custom head strap with the Quest 3? Because that really helps. The Bobo VR with AMVR facial interface. The Destech's okay. The Bobo VR's more comfortable. The Destech's better for the price, but Bobo VR's better quality. Destech has the facial interface though. Oh my god, nearly drove into the wall there. Problem is the Bobo VR's like 60 quid, so. That's the Quest 7 on my forehead. Well, if you bought the AMVR or whatever, head strap, you could just, if you got it from Amazon, you could just send it back. Amazon rental. Have you forgotten about Amazon rental? I know one guy, right, that they were doing some filming with the race car, so they borrowed a bunch of GoPros. They bought a bunch of GoPros off Amazon, brand new GoPros, and then used them to record in a race car, and then they returned them. Isn't that crazy? Just imagine someone getting them second hand, slightly used, them being on a racetrack, with stones flying at them. Is this multiplayer? I think so. I think you might, if you search for Game of Muscle, then you can join the server and you can drive with us. How's the tyre model? It's not very realistic because you can do like big slides and counter steer, and you can control the car unrealistically in the slides and like drift around and stuff, which is really unrealistic. Because if you played iRacing, like you see that opposite lock and then a bit of throttle, that's not possible in iRacing. And as we all know, iRacing is the most realistic simulator, so clearly this is a bit of a Simcade title. It's good fun, you know. Sometimes it's fun to just play unrealistic games that are just fun to drive. Oh. Look at the trees. Just look at the trees. Filderberg, that's it. Thanks, Thomas. Yeah, it's the latest version. Do I have a YouTube? I don't think so. I think YouTube's kind of for losers, I think. People that have too big egos. I mean, if I had a YouTube, I'd probably call it Gamer Muscle Videos, to be honest. Some people have been doing sim racing YouTube videos for like over a decade. Absolute losers. Imagine being that sad. Oh, did we get a PB? 424? No, we're 423. Did this sound? Is it worse? Oh, it's so good. There's a town in Devon that looks like this. It has exactly the same layout of the street, and the road goes up it, and on top of the hill there's a castle, like a Mott and Bailey castle. Weird that this looks very similar to Devon, this road. But it's Germany's German Devon. Oh, it's fine, BRT. Just need a good force feedback wheel and a good car setup, and it's fine. I wonder. I just uploaded a force feedback guide video for AC and Moser. I wonder if it gets like over 500 views. What's weird is, I do guide videos, they get no views, and then over like 5 years they have like 30, 40,000 views, because they just accumulate views. But I don't think that video will get many views, to be honest. Well, that looks nice. Yellow. Yeah, normally tutorials get good views, because it's people are searching for them, aren't they? And they normally watch them for a long time as well, because they're following information. Problem is, I like to be a bit silly and make jokes in videos, but then for a guide video, it's not normally helpful, someone making jokes. But then if I do, like the video I did today, it's just really, I didn't make any jokes in it, I was just talking through settings. It's a bit dull. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. If I was rich and I didn't care, I'd get one of these cars. Like a daily driver. Oh, this is a great corner. Oh, don't! Oh, why are the cars everywhere? We're on hot lap. Why? There's only 3 cars in the server and they're all on that corner. I think I might get a private server set up and run it as like a hot lap server or something. I did actually start setting one up, but it was shit. So I need to swap over to a different service. Quite a few Moser owners, but to be honest, the main thing is like trying to making videos, force feedback videos that explain the concepts of force feedback, because people don't need force feedback settings. What they need is to understand the concepts of what's good force feedback, and very few people seem to understand. You know, like there's obviously people like different settings and there's subjective preferences, but like the basic thing of the force feedback should help you drive. It shouldn't be something you're fighting, and it should give you detail, like information for the tyre slip. That's like a big thing, and trying to basically do that, because that applies to all wheels. But the vast majority of people just are like, what settings? It's the same with car setups for, setups. To be fair, like a fast setup is a fast setup. So, that's true. But like, a lot of the time, for people that are well off pace, they'd be way better off just knowing brake bias, diff settings, maybe spring settings, and then gearing for the given track. There's a few things that aren't complicated that would really help someone get used to driving, or help them with their bad equipment, or help them with if they're struggling with the braking and things, brake pressure and stuff. Separate to downforce and absolute lap time. Yeah, no, that's bullshit, BRT. That's total bullshit. No, so people need to understand the actual detail. How to get detail. What force feedback settings give dynamic range, and then and be able to feel like the understeer, oversteer, rotation, what have you, and then they can adjust it. They might want it weaker or stronger, or more or less damping. But a large number of people are completely lost in the force feedback's subjective. Basically, what you just typed is at complete bollocks, and it doesn't help. So, as a result, you then have a lot of people getting profiles that have loads of damping on, or like completely weird shit, with it not based on anything. It's like, it feels like a road car, or it feels like this car. Whereas people need to understand the concepts of overactive force feedback, or overly dampened so that you can't feel the actual dynamic range. Argument from subjectivity is so pernicious. Like, people apply it to so much stuff. Oh, it's subjective. It's just a polite way to shut down productive, like actual progress on things. But with force feedback, it doesn't help that lower end wheels definitely they can't physically actually do what they're required to do. So then it is going to be completely arbitrary. But this is the educational thing, is that people don't know about the degree of like dynamic range that you can feel through force feedback. They just don't know. So you can't get anywhere with it. That's from lower end force feedback wheels, but also stuff like iRacing or other sims that don't actually have the detail, ACC, and those are the popular sims. So they just don't know. So people that never played VR, and they're like, VR, it's a gimmick. It's like, oh shit, hit the wall. Well, you don't use any damper on low end wheels because they already have it built into them. Death bees, you're on your first rig. Sometimes it can be overwhelming. Yeah, I think that is a problem with Sims in general. It's like the problem with driver coaching as well, isn't it? And like, or guides and stuff, is that if you have a guide or coaching and you start explaining and breaking things down, you break stuff down, you make people aware of like lots of complexity, which then makes them go, oh, I can't be bothered. It's too much to be bothered to get on board with. So it's then off-putting. So because what happens is, when you have something complicated, if you do it a lot, you just get used to it, and it no longer is complicated for you. You know, you're totally used to it. So any additional information is like, oh, that's nice, because you've already absorbed the other information. So in terms of, I guess what you can do is you can put information into, like, from your personal perspective, you have information that you've already absorbed, in which case you don't have to think about it. So it's not really you're not thinking of it as information. It's just there. But you have information that you don't really understand or know, and if you have a mountain of that, there's part of people in general that will go, no, it's not worth it. I can't be bothered, you know, because they don't know if that information's useful, or if they'll like it or not, or if it's fun or not. A lot of people. So it's that thing of easing people into stuff, isn't it? It's like if it's the same with, like, it's all education. It's if you have a course like you have to learn, I don't know, you can do a language course or anything. Yeah, of course you do, shoot me. It's the best way. If you're like, oh, here's everything we're going to learn on the course, and people be like, oh, see, I can't be bothered. But if you take it week by week, and you're like, and it's broken down, and it's like, well, actually, it's not too bad. The thing with Sims is, there's no reason it's super realistic and funny to drive. I don't know, maybe. The thing with Sims is, you really kind of need that Gran Turismo experience out of the box. It should be. I mean, to be fair, AC1 is like this. If you plug a wheel into AC1, let's say you've not got any mods or anything, and when Assetto Corsa first came out, and you plugged a wheel into it, it kind of, you know, the basic, I mean, in terms of basic driving and stuff, it's pretty approachable. I think GTR Evolution as well was really good. Like, you plug a wheel into it and it kind of worked. Like, R Factor 1 was a nightmare. R Factor 2 was a nightmare. Project Cars 2 wasn't too bad, but car setups were mental, and then just setting up the wheel wasn't ideal. iRacing, the wheel setup stuff's not too bad, and like wheel pedal setup and things. But then the problem with iRacing is you have to know about how you have to know the physics are broken, how they're broken, to actually enjoy driving it, to understand it. But I guess people playing iRacing that are new to sim racing, they don't know that it's that broken, so they think it's fine, so they go along with it anyway, and they just blame themselves. So I guess for your new people, iRacing is probably all right. They just find it difficult. But yeah, with it, Richard Burns Rally was really good in that way. But definitely, a lot of people struggled with it. But if you load up Richard Burns Rally, you set up your wheel, and you did the rally school, but it was still, for mass market, Richard Burns Rally was just way too hard. Like, you have to be able to drive to play Richard Burns Rally. Did you guys remember when Richard Burns Rally came out on the Xbox as well as PC? And with gamepad, like playing Richard Burns Rally with a gamepad, and the game just didn't like even pretend to not be a simulator. It was just like, oh. So I remember people trying to play it, and they just couldn't play it at all. Obviously, because I'm a natural driver, it just made sense to me instantly. We do another lap here. I'm surprised that, I mean, I know why developers don't have a lot of free time, but I think you could gamify car setup. Like if you're playing through a single player, this is something that AC Evo should do. If you for single player, you could have it so that you only have one setup option, and it's like the game shows you the brake bias is at one way, and then you just have to change the brake bias. So you have to do as part of the lap, you get a lap time you have to do with the brake bias set really far forwards, and then you have to do a certain lap time with the brake bias set backwards, and it shows you, it's like, here's the cut. So there's just brake bias is the only option, and it shows you that it's at 100% forwards or whatever, like highly forwards, and then it shows you it's highly backwards, and then you'd be like trying to do the time, you'd be like, oh, I see how it's different, I see how it drives different. You have to just break it down like that, and then you could basically do that process for like most the stuff. So like even with fuel, you could have like, oh, there's you have to do lap times, and each time 20 litres of fuel is added to the car. Each time you beat the lap time, just to show you how you would do it with a car which is obviously very clearly affected by fuel load. You could even have a thing where it's like a car is purposefully set up with a bad setup that's really hard to drive, and the mission of the game is, here's a car setup that's really broken. Can you make this setup easier to drive? And it could even give you some guidance. It could like even hint at saying, oh, this setup is, you know, this is the caster settings or something. I don't know. Something is really off, like downforce. Something is really, really off, and one thing is like totally off on the setup that's very obvious. And then the game encourages you to find out what it is. It could be called like test driver mode. And the idea is you drive the car, and then at the end of driving it, you have to say which part of the setup is really off. There you go. I've just come up with something. You could have like a Top Gear test track. The game messes up one thing of setup. The developer could select what it is, so it's something that's obvious. But it could be one of 15 things, and the point of the game mode is the driver drives 3 laps of the test track, and then the player has to say what is off with the car setup. Yeah, they would do. I'm just saying it's an arbitrary game mode to get people to understand setups. It could just be like a special one-off thing, and then you get asked, you do 3 laps, and then you get asked a question, and if you get it right, you get a bunch of points. You know, I'm just saying, like, it wouldn't have to be like a pivotal thing, but it would be something interesting that you could do with car setups to make someone feel like a test driver, and to also gamify teaching car setup stuff for them to get a sense for what car setup things do what. And it wouldn't matter if they fail at it, because you'd just be like, oh no, that was wrong, you know. But anyway, there's loads of stuff that could be done, I think, and it just isn't, is it? But oh well. I think sim developers find it hard enough to just make the sim in the first place. Yeah, well, that'd be a start, wouldn't it, Jet Red? That would be the start. Clear explanations, like This is like an example of what not to do. Raising the value makes the wheel gain negative camber. More negative camber makes the turn in literal grip but less longitudinal grip while braking or accelerating. More camber also raises tyre temperature. Lowering the value makes the wheel lose negative camber. Less negative camber gives less lateral grip but also more longitudinal grip while braking or accelerating. It also lowers tyre temperature, spreading them more equally. Did you get that? Even if you understood camber, after reading that you wouldn't understand it. That's what's genius. It's like an anti-explanation. Right front damper. The damper stops the spring oscillation. Damper bump creates a force to slow the speed of the suspension in compression bump. When slow movements occur, primarily on weight transfer, roll pitch, higher value makes the car more reactive, giving better feeling and precision, stability under braking, but also higher tyre temperatures and wear. Lower value makes the car more predictable but slower in reaction. That was not too bad. That's not too bad, actually. That's not too bad. Oh dear. Right, we're going racing, guys. It'd be nice. Yeah, then you have the other thing where people are like, oh, I want an AI mechanic. And it's like, no, you don't. You really don't, because what you just need in that scenario is good default setups. Like the ACC thing, but actually good setup. So an aggressive setup, a normal easy to drive setup that works well with gamepads, maybe slightly understeery, like TC and stuff very high, fine. And then an aggressive setup, which is basically you have an esports guy that's produced what would be a competitive setup online. You need that for every car. That should be a basic for all racing sims. You know, it's weird that iRacing still doesn't do that with all cars, and yet they have they have all these drivers. They have all these esport drivers that could do it. They have separate companies selling setups like VRS and Coach Dave. Ah, that's it, Shimmy. I forgot that's how it worked. Yeah, you don't have a team that you go to that's got a heritage of doing setups and knows the car inside and out. And that's what you're paying for. What you do is you have to do it all as the driver, yeah. Because in real life, you can quickly make adjustments based off each lap. It doesn't take like an hour to change caster. And in real, exactly. The normal setup is a guaranteed locked 5 seconds off the pace. Totally baked. Like you can't get out of it. Oh dear. Right, we'll go with this. We'll go with this. Sim racing is so weird. I need to make a video. I was going to call it like the Sim Delusion, where we talk about the aspects of simulation that's most I think you see repeated. So I'm not sure if it's most sim racers think it, but you see it repeated over and over and over again, like the weird stuff about cars being hard to drive, or force feedback having to be dampened, or I don't know, or I don't know. You know, there's a whole bunch of stuff that's just absolutely fabricated by sim racers. I saw something again recently, which was a total, totally fake falsehood. Someone was just confidently saying it. It might have been on Reddit, and then it had like tons of upvotes. It's just like a lot of them are people watching streamers that are real race drivers that say a comment, and then that comment's often taken out of context or just turned into like a... It's like the braking thing. iRacing has the best braking. ACC doesn't have... ACC's braking is whatever. Like, the amount that's repeated without people actually knowing if it's true or not, or to what degree, is really weird. And it's a really good example of how people will say stuff because they saw someone else saying it that seemed like they were credible. Hello, Skywell. Ridge Racer. Ridge Racer. Oh well. As long as we've got country roads like this in AC, it's all good. Well, real life driving is pretty casual. Almost like people are doing it as a hobby. Braking feels 1,000 times better than Forza in AC. What do you mean? But Forza does with the gamepad. Forza has a nice rumble for the wheels locking up, but AC has a dynamic range switch force feedback for the limit. So Forza has a good simplistic form of braking feedback that's really good for low-end wheels and gamepads. But AC1 has much better, more realistic, but also much more detailed information for braking. Whoops. Overcooked that a little bit. Hello. He did as well. Lol. I don't even know if you... A lot of sims don't have any force feedback for braking. It's really weird. People just accept it. That's a really strange thing. Really, really strange. Like R-Factor 2, iRacing, LMU have zero force feedback for braking. They have force feedback for the suspension loading up, but there's nothing for braking at all. And people just are like, oh, they just ignore it. They just don't. It's really bizarre. Yeah, it is. It is, Adam, yeah. I'm surprised. I don't know why. So I remember it must have been like 2010 or something. 2011. Of the first. So the Xbox One controller, the Xbox controller after the 360, yeah, Xbox One. So I was playing Forza on that, and I was like, oh, it was surprisingly good. And I don't see people really mention it. Hello, Alpha. Oh, Alpha. Oh, 77, bloody hell. The cobbles are very slidey. Hang on, server's died. Why has the server died? Am I still live on my live stream? Oh, the server caught on fire. That's weird. Server just... Maybe it's Steam or something. have a look here, see what's going on. The servers, don't know what happened. Like some bug. Let's I'll restart the race. I'll do a short quali and we can restart the race. I'll do a different time of day. Alright. It's weird. Right, server's back up. Not sure what happened there. Never had that happen before. Must be a Steam thing. Oh yes, we're back in the. This car looks so good in black. I mean, I like the blue one, but it does look really nice in black. Why am I not doing Spa 24? Because I'm not really that big of a fan of iRacing, really. Other than to like play it casually. When you do endurance races, it demands that you actually spend time on it and take it seriously. The last thing you want to do is take iRacing seriously. I don't know why people do. I'd like to, though. I'd like that if they can get it more realistic. I'd like to take it seriously, but it's a farce. Because I don't understand how. So if you're doing a 24-hour race, ideally you'd want to really practice quite a bit, get really good pace, so you're competitive, so you've got a chance of actually winning it. Because in an endurance race, if you're off pace, it's obviously going to compound lap after lap. So raw pace really matters. It does anyway, but like, you know what I mean. You really need to be very consistently at pace. The thing is, if in iRacing you put a bit of time into it, and then if you're doing a 24-hour race, if someone lags into you, or you get into a silly oversteer that you can't catch in a natural way, well, that's it. You just ruin the whole 24-hour race. So I don't get why people. I don't get why they take it seriously with all the issues it has. I think it's fun. It is fun doing a team race, but you know what I mean. There's enough issues without the simulator being like that. So hopefully they get it better, and then I will do stuff like that. It is good for streamers though. People like watching them. Yeah, Nathan, it's still got that same behaviour. They have improved it, but still pretty much the same. They did put the brake hack into the game, which is good. So you can just set the upper limit of the brake. Yeah, I think some things you kind of. Well, everybody. Thanks, $7. Some things you have to put quite a bit of time into them to get the reward out of it, which is totally fine. But if something is like, I think something just has to be at a certain, like, it's not just Sims, it's like a competition. It's like if you know a competition that's taking place is deeply flawed, you're better off just not doing it. Do you know what I mean? If you know that people are blatantly cheating in it or some other thing, you're better off just not taking part. But iRacing is good for streamers, good for making money, it's popular, so it makes sense for people to play it. I don't blame them. Yeah, Spa 24 is really good, and the team component of endurance racing is good fun. But like, we've done quite a few endurance races now, and pretty much inevitably, in the first 4 laps, people, the majority of the people on the, well, not the majority, like there'll be like 15 or so people that just cause wrecks in the first 5 laps who just don't care, and they quit and then probably join the next 24-hour session, so they just don't care. At some point in the race, there'll be like some bizarre technical issue where someone has, but that's fine. That's just one of those things. There will be probably some like weirdo lag thing that occurs that massively affects the race and maybe even causes damage to you. If you do get any damage in iRacing, it will be like, oh, you have to de facto pit stop, because it's always like some, it's like a fixed penalty to speed rather than it being damage that maybe affects you in some ways and not other ways and is subtle. And then there will be like, you can't push in iRacing, so you're always having to drive under the limit, so you can't ever go, right, we need to close the gap on the car in front, let's compromise the tyre wear to change the strategy in terms of driving more aggressive for the next 2 hours, which will wear the tyres up more, to then close up on the car in front who we think will beat in strategy. You don't do that in iRacing, because if you overdrive at all in iRacing, it makes you slower anyway. So it's not, overdriving is not an option in iRacing, or like pushing is not an option. You can it's really weird. Hopefully they do sort it out, but that's why it doesn't really work for me. Like, it's just it's not good enough. I'm using the Mozart R12 here. But maybe, hopefully over the next few years, we'll, AC Evo, the new GT Revival game or whatever, and maybe iRacing, maybe they get to a point where you have sort of AMS1 AC quality in that competitive context. That'd be really good. It'd be nice. I would really like to be able to get on board with it myself. I think some people are maybe less. They're more easygoing in terms of ignoring what they know to be messed up, and so it doesn't ruin things for them. And so maybe they're the type of people that probably don't get as annoyed by like certain political things, or they're the type of people that will, maybe they do their job and there's complete bullshit, and instead of forming a union or like quitting or I don't know, or, do you know what I mean? I know people need jobs to make money and they don't get to choose. So, but there's definitely personality types. There's some people will definitely just go along with a lot of things and not really question things that much, and maybe that allows them to enjoy more stuff. But if you're someone that tends to question stuff, then I think you're more likely to go, yeah, this isn't good enough. It's not good enough yet. It's not good enough yet. Maybe that's the downside of being a bit critical. I think it's, I don't know, when you have an example of something, an actual example, I don't know how other people manage to ignore stuff so easily when they have actual examples. So with Sims, when you have like an actual example of Automobilista 1 or AC, actually demonstrating great force feedback, great handling, great netcode, I don't know how people then can be so like blasé. Or same with politics and stuff, or economics. You have decades of examples that trickle down economics just don't work. So I don't know why people can then so easily be like, oh yeah, let's not tax the rich, I'm sure the money will trickle down. It's like, you've had you've got example. I totally understand it when there aren't examples and you're making an argument from hypotheticals or an argument from reason and logic. I totally get why that's... Oh, bollock. I understand why that's hard for someone else to get on board with, because they can't, you know, they can't understand it. Like with VR, I understand why someone who hasn't used a VR headset... Sorry. I understand why someone who hasn't used a VR headset could be skeptical of it. I mean, they're a bit silly to just completely denounce it without trying it, but I understand that. But once you've tried a VR headset, it's really weird for someone to then be like, oh yeah, no, it's not going to work. Yeah. Adam, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's weird, isn't it? You have really good evidence for stuff, and people still won't. I think that's to do with the fear of losing power. So a lot of work, a lot of jobs and work is to do with maintaining power over people. It's not under the guise of making money and being efficient and the economy and nationalism. It's actually, a large part of it is to do with ego and power over people. So... get a lap in here. Let's try and set a good lap. It's not easy to drive this track without shadows all over it. What box? Don't want to go in the box. Oh, more rear brake, boys. I don't think Martin Hall. I think they just don't think about it, and it's so. And then it's not. It's outside. So a lot of people, maybe not most, but a lot of people just want to go along with the status quo, because anything outside of that, first of all, requires sort of a inherent self-confidence, but also is going outside of the status quo. So there's an effort to that. There's it's not what seemingly is the natural flow to things, if that makes sense. So, and generally, I think everyone is kind of trapped into that. It's hard to do stuff outside of the general direction that things are going in. That's not even, that's separate to people that are in, like, that affects everybody. It's just a human thing. It's probably to do with like behaviour patterns and things. People want to continue doing the same pattern that they've already done. Because there's a risk-reward thing to doing different stuff, and it can be a lot of risk to do something different. And the reward might not be obvious. But yeah, you would think when people are obviously being screwed over that there would be more of an impetus and a spark for change. But then I think there is, but then there's a big effort to stop things like unions or to stop people from organising. There's a concerted effort to stop people being active in that way, because that genuinely, people organising is the biggest threat to anyone that has power. So that's why people are always separated, and that's why a lot of the media is about sort of making people fight each other so they can't be united. So they're distracted fighting separate stuff and fighting each other because it stops them from being organised. It really doesn't take that many people. Like, so let's say in a business, if like 10% of a workforce of a business decided to unionise or decided to demand higher pay, that's enough of the workforce that a business owner wouldn't have a choice. They'd be screwed. They'd be like, okay, we'll replace that 10%. Well, good luck. You know, it's very hard to replace 10% of a workforce, and you're probably not going to be able to replace them with people as good, and it's probably going to cost you more than just going along with what that, you know, if the demands are reasonable. So it doesn't actually take that many people to organise to really make a big difference. Yeah, I'm talking about larger businesses. Obviously, for small businesses, it's different. So the thing is, I definitely think it's fair that smaller businesses shouldn't have to be affected by, like, union action and stuff. It's not really fair for certain types and sizes of business, so I'm not 100% pro-union, just to be clear. I can see the pros and cons of it, and there are examples where unions royally screw things up. But imagine workers being able to demand... I mean, if you've got a business that's making profit to the point where you can take money out of the business and give it to shareholders that haven't done anything necessarily, well, then that suggests that the workers could be being paid more because there is profit. If there's profit arises from you not paying workers. Basically, that is the definition of profit. Realistically, all businesses should generally be some form of cooperative, ideally with everyone paid fairly relative to their sacrifice they put into the business. 3 laps of fuel, so I don't know, like 40 litres maybe. Oh. Bloody hell. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, to be fair, in countries that have good employment laws, like where employees know they've got stability and they know they're not just going to be sacked randomly, it's less of an issue because then someone can actually choose. They can be like, oh, well, I want to work for this company, I've got some security, it's low risk, I can take my income, I can invest a portion of it. You know, I'm not going to be made homeless, but that's not really the case in the UK and America and a lot of countries. But I can't remember the name of the track. Do you think what I think is mental with like Trump economically, right? I've seen a few people genuinely claim that they think Trump will make things better for poor people, for less well-off people, even though Trump's specific policy, and when he was previously in power, was to not tax wealthy people and not do actual policy that would categorically help poor people. But it's really weird. Like, I understand why people might want to vote Trump for arbitrarily or, you know, whatever other reason. But like, economically, it's really weird that people are still falling for like Reaganomics. And also, it's quite funny that Trump is actually very policy-wise, not in terms of like foreign affairs and things, but in terms of economics, is very traditional. In a sort of, it's weird. And then the most growth in America has occurred from when they've aggressively taxed the rich. That's the biggest periods in economic growth has occurred from that. But people just don't know at all, and it's really weird. It's such a disconnect. It's actually, I guess nothing's based on reality, is it? Oh, that was it. Oh. We got the lap in before we died. Don't believe the left lies. The left lies. The leftists. Leftists. That's the new one, a leftist. And then in the context of American politics, it's really funny because what's left in America is still really right wing. So it's really funny when you watch Bristol. I don't know if you're like being sarcastic or if you're actually being real. Yeah. It's really weird. Yeah, because if you're a European and you're looking at you look at American politics, everything in America is really, really right wing. Like really right wing. So it's weird. Yeah, why are you typing in capitals? You'll get banned. I'll just assume that you're a bot. And then you have people go, oh, I'm a centrist. I take the centrist view on things. So you're like, okay. But you're not actually taking a centrist view. Like, if you're in the UK and you say, oh, you know, I'm in the centre, I'm a bit conservative, I'm a bit Labour, I'm in the centre. It's like, well, you're not centre, you're right wing. In America, if you're in the centre of the Republicans and the Democrats, you're far right. Like, you're far, like, in terms of compared to global politics, or especially economically, not on all issues, because there's a lot of different, there's a whole bunch of random shit, but just on economics, both the Democrats and the Republicans are very conservative and very, Democrats are like slightly neoliberal, but nowhere near like European neoliberal. They're still very conservative with expenditure, and then you have a whole weird thing with how much money spent on military and how that's used as basically a form of welfare or economic stimulus, because it doesn't attack corporate interests. So that's why there's so much military spending. It's a way to actually do stimulus spending that you can get through the American government. Like both parties will support it. It's really weird. You used to be left and you felt your wallet. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're saying, but everyone needs guns. Guns always make everything better. Oh, steering wheel's not centered. I mean, I don't know what you do. Like, so if you own multiple properties, it would depend on your economic status and what's happening to you. As I say, both Republicans and Democrats in America, neither of them seem to be addressed in the elephant in the room, which is the healthcare system. in America, and it's like, well, you can be as rich as you want, but well, if you're not earning like a few $100,000 a year and have like really good insurance, and even then, if you're having a medical emergency in America, you are screwed. Like, or even if you have like basic medical issues, that's insane. Do I have half a brain and some opinions about some things? What's that? Well, so the price of stuff, though, is not necessarily directly tied to the current government. That's the other thing that's really weird. When people often attribute the current economic climate to the current government or the previous government, right? Directly. And it's really weird because a lot of economic stuff takes like 8 to 10 years to actually really come to fruition. And then obviously there's a lot of external factors that either government or any government would have had to have absorbed in different ways. So it's really weird when people latch on to, oh, the Conservatives did this or that Labour did this, and that's why now today we have this amount of interest or something. Like, arguing from a specific current economic event when economic timescales operate over multiple years. So, like, for example, if you invest in education, it's going to take like 8 to 15 years for that investment to really come to fruition. There are some, like, a government can do immediate things that do affect prices straight away, for sure. I'm not saying that's not a thing, but often, So with the current interest rates, part of it is to do with COVID, part of it is to do with the Russia-Ukraine war. And then part of it is also to do with, profiteering by businesses that are using that inflation that's occurred from external factors. And then businesses are profiteering off that because they know they can raise the prices, going, oh, it's just the inflation. So, which you can tell has happened because of the amount of profit they're making. So you know that they're actually taking the piss. Well, no. So the Liz Truss thing, if you actually look into it, the problem with what Liz Truss did was that she proposed sweeping changes without consulting or warning the markets first. So she basically caused a market shock. If you actually look into it, the actual numbers and how much she actually cost is not entirely clear. So both the left and the right and the vast majority of media reporting in the UK is completely absurd and completely misses the point. Completely misses the point. If you actually look into the actual data, yeah, I'm not saying that she didn't have an impact. I'm saying the impact she caused. I think she's a moron. Don't get me wrong. I think her ideas were completely stupid. I think she's a moron. I think obviously she believes in like Ayn Randian stuff and trickle down economics, and it's total bollocks. But the reason why there was that like immediate bond surge and market change was because she didn't properly consult with the markets. And there was some other subtleties to it as well. But then also because it's just far more complex than, oh, she's crashed the economy, which is just stupid. It doesn't mean anything. But yeah, she is a moron, and she will have done financial damage, I'm sure, but hello, Chedhead. But yeah, no, it's just absurd when people people associate, they directly attach external market forces and other components of the market with a immediate mood of the day of the current government, and it's just, you can't really do that. It's the same with like blaming Labour, for example, on the 2007 financial crisis. It doesn't make any sense. It's like, well, they had to make sure that banks stayed solvent by issuing money, and any government would have done that same thing, but then that would have had a specific economic impact to it, which is separate to if they were Labour, Conservative or whatever. Like, it just... I've been reading propaganda. Are you talking to me? Because what I'm saying is actually the complete opposite of propaganda, because what I'm saying is not what is the mainstream reported view on things. So I don't know what you're on about. I think you're just a bot. I'm going to ban you from the chat because you're just saying useless stuff. Yeah, the media the media are just rage bait for the sake of clicks and stuff. People are struggling with this car chat combo. It's a nice car chat combo. You have to be careful on the braking. Yeah, we've driven it with the old Ferrari. We'll do try to do the old iRacing set. Oh, we can drive all the way around here. That's nice. No invisible walls here. Let's go around. Made it. We can do vintage Spa next. If you think about it, brakes are a harder thing to do than like accelerating, because accelerating can happen over a long period of time, whereas braking, you've got all that energy going into a really small surface area in a very short period of time. So it's surprising how well brakes actually work, I think. Like if you think about it, you can normally brake faster than you can accelerate, which is quite surprising, really. The little clamps on wheels are capable of slowing things down. Yeah, the old tyres, but it's also they had like those drum brakes. Well, actually, drum brakes should work pretty well. Like if you look at how drum brakes operate. Intuitively, I think maybe it's overheating caused the problems, but intuitively you think a drum brake would actually work quite well, because you could, in theory, have a larger contact area with what you're slowing down. And then I think the biggest thing was, with disc brakes and using it's like carbon pads and things. Yeah, that's it, yeah. It makes sense. And because I always thought drum brakes were stupid, and then I looked into how they worked, and I was like, oh, actually, actually, that's pretty clever. Like, if I was to think about it, I'd be like, oh, drum brakes better. Like, intuitively, you go, oh, drum brake, that's the way to do it. What was the track again? I keep forgetting what it's called. I can never remember the name of it. It's a really good layout. It's a really fun, good mix of corners as well, especially for old vehicles. Someone knows their name, but I can't remember names of things for some reason. Filderberg, that's it. It's not too hard of a track to learn actually, because it only has like 12 corners, I think. Well, 12 main corners, like 4 main sections that you can break down and learn quite easily. The only really hard corners is this one coming up here, because you have to brake quite early, and hang on, not too early, but you have to brake quite early, and then you have to. Oh, it's not this corner; it's this corner. See, I was ahead in my. Yeah, here you need to brake quite early, and then you need to do it from the left, and because it's so steep, if you go in slightly too fast, you understeer into the wall. And then there's the tight left-hander. You get the brake boards really early, which then makes you think, oh, I need to brake, and then you think, oh, actually, that's too early to brake. So with this car, it's like 170 metres. See, look, here. No, not this corner, the next one. No, I've just messed this corner up. Oh man, I've lost the flow, guys. I've lost my mojo. I'm just testing the walls. It should be in the description. Maybe it isn't. I don't know. Yeah, this corner here. 150. Because it dips down here. So it's pretty tricky. Oh, is it not? I'd probably do a video on this track anyway, because it's a good track. But yeah, keeping things exciting. If you watch the Trump convention, it looked like a fascist rally. I mean, I pretty much think it is a fascist rally, and it's really weird that people seem to be just going along with it. They're like, it's really weird that people don't seem to be going, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, this has a really 1930s vibe to it. We have people outright saying that the country should be a specific religion country, and we have absolute insanity going on, and it does feel very culty as well, and a sort of cabaret vibe, but in real life. I don't know how Americans can be so blind to such obvious fascism. It's insane. Oh, he's run out of fuel. He's handed it to me. Even if you are on that side, like even if you think it's right, you must be able to identify that it looks very fascist. Oh, what happened there? Did we actually finish the race? Oh, we finished. I thought we had another lap to go. We aren't all black. No, I don't think. I think it's only like it's not a huge percentage. You know, I know what the numbers are in America and stuff. It's the same in the UK. People are totally blind to it in the UK. Like, they don't look at Nigel Farage and go, "Hang on a minute, hang on a minute." Well, it's good comedy. If you can put the dystopian, oh my god, fascism's on the rise. How on earth is this happening again? After Like, you know, do we really need this to happen again? But if you put that to one side, it was actually pretty funny as well. I mean, Hulk Hogan's hilarious. Not really, George. Like, no, it's a false equivalence. So there's political rallies, which they do look bad. Don't get me wrong; they're all terrible. They all are like really weird. Even like UK one, like they're all weird. Don't get me wrong, but there's a difference between someone directly promoting the idea that your country is tied to one religion specifically. That's, you know, and then doing weird stuff like the whole firefighter uniform thing, and there's a really bizarre undertone to it, and then like the leader of the party just literally lying entirely. Don't get me wrong, politicians do just lie all the time, or they spin the truth, but there's like lying and there's like complete manipulation of not even barely in touch with reality whatsoever. Like the degree. Do you genuinely think that that was it? See, this is how it works, isn't it? You think that he was paying respect to a fallen firefighter? You think that's what that was? you really think that that's what was going on there? Is that what you got? Is that what you took away from it? Yeah, we're going to Silverstone. Yeah, I don't know why. Like, I guess you do have a lot of mega churches. We have them in the UK as well, but you have a lot of them in America, so maybe it seems less mental. I just don't know how you can't, like, how someone wouldn't notice the sort of fascist tones to it. Like, I don't get me wrong, I think like megachurch stuff is mental as well. Like that's really, like, all cult stuff is really, really strange to me. I even think like a lot of the sports stuff in America is a bit bizarre. Even to be fair, even the Europeans, like the Euros football matches and a lot of the national anthem stuff and a lot of the sort of weird hero worship stuff. What do I think the firefighter thing was for? What do you mean? Do you think it might have been a cynical utilisation of sort of signalling as opposed to actually really caring about that? Every American sports event sponsored by God and the military. Didn't they spell the name wrong on the jacket as well? Like, I don't know. Like, it's the way of doing it. Like, okay, so let's say you do a thing and you're like, oh, I was at a rally and someone tried to shoot me, and then a spectator, one of my supporters, got shot instead. And you'd be like, what? How do you approach that? It's obviously going to be complicated to actually approach it in a non-disingenuous political way, isn't it? So I don't know. Like, maybe if you ask permission from the family, the person that lost their life, and you were like, oh guys, what would you like? If they then suggested, oh, put a fireman suit on the stage and kiss it, then I guess then you need to know the subtext to it as well. I don't know. I'm a little bit cynical when it comes to politicians. Yeah, see, you think it's a nice touch. Right, let's get this other server up. Yeah. Yeah, the divine intervention thing's a bit weird with all these. It's when someone has a car accident and they survive it, and they go, oh, I had an angel looking over me because I've survived the car crash. And it's like, if you had an angel looking over you, why would you be in the car crash in the first place? So hang on. In the Trump thing, an angel allowed some semi-deranged kid or 20-year-old to climb onto a roof in a way where the Secret Service somehow weren't covering it properly. That, I don't know, for whatever reason, they hadn't sighted that part of the building, whatever, and then allowed the local police to not communicate with the Secret Service due to the systemic whatever they have and their poor planning. And then you're like, oh yeah, the angel stopped me from getting shot, but shot a spectator. So actually the angel didn't like that spectator, but we're gonna say that they were blessed and we really care about them, so we kissed their uniform and we really care about them. But angel protected me but chose to kill that other person, so we're gonna ignore that bit of the logic to that. So like the problem is, you could think of stuff in you could be like, oh, I think that could be quite. I could see how this one individual thing you could think about in a positive and negative way, or a cynical way, or imbue it with as least cynicism as possible. But then when you start putting all the pieces together and looking at it, you're like, hang on a minute, none of this makes any sense at all. It's all insane. It's all actually mental. And then how do Trump fans, presumably if you're really right wing, right,
The pace car is out of control.
you're really right wing, and you're Christian, and you probably, let's say you a traditional conservative. How do you ignore all the Epstein stuff associated to Trump? Unless, I guess that could all be made up. Maybe it's just a coincidence. That's possible. I mean, I don't know. But and then how would you ignore all the accusations that seem pretty well established? You could just go, I guess you go, oh well, they were just accusations because people don't like him, so then you justify it that way. But then you'd have to go, hang on a minute, it's a little bit more there's a bit more of them for this person than there are for your average politician that's hated to the same degree. So it just the amount of mental gymnastics that's generally required gets to a level that's just well, hang on, where does reality start and stop? It's actually okay. Oh dear. Yeah, I don't know. The whole angel thing is really weird. You don't think he's tied to why? But why do you think the Clintons were and not Trump? Why one or the other? I don't know either way. I think I think politicians are all there seems to be lots of weird stuff with lots of politicians, and they're connected and they're a bit pervy. The people that tend to want to get into power tend to be a bit weird like that. So, but why would you think? Of all people, why would you go, oh, Clinton's really bad? Okay, I don't disagree. But why would you be oh, yeah, but Trump's actually fine, even though he has a history of doing all this stuff?
The pace car is out of control.
It's why would you go to such an extent for other politicians of going, oh, Hillary, Russian spy, leaking the emails, and that being pushed as a narrative, and then you're like, oh,
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Maro, thanks for subscribing. Hang on a minute. We have actual people in Trump's party actually chumming up with Putin directly, and actually saying stuff that would directly be beneficial to Putin. I'm not saying what's the right or wrong thing to do. I'm just saying who's more likely to be connected to the Russians in that scenario. Who's had more funding from Russia, in terms of causing political turmoil? Will it be the boring establishment party, or will it be the party that potentially unhinges the democracy of a country? I wonder which party would get more funding from another country to help destabilise that country? I wonder. It's like, I'm not saying what's happened. I'm just saying, if you're going to think through things critically and make guesses at stuff. Evil Beans, thank you very much. Like, I don't know why people would apply some really high, skepticism to one group of politicians and not another group of politicians. And then it's really obvious that you have one political tactic is people accuse the other person of what they do first. And you do that because then if the other person accuses you of that, it looks like they're just trying to get back at you for what you've already accused them of. So the general public would go, "Oh, no, you're just saying what they said back to you." So as a result, it's really convenient because when you have like crazy politicians in any country or any place, or even people in businesses or people that are sort of sociopathic narcissists and mental people, what they tend to do is they will accuse other people first. You'll notice this I've seen people do it. I know people have done it in businesses. I know lots of people that have done this. They project first. They attack first to protect themselves. But it's really shit. But the great thing with it is you can see them do it. And so you're like, oh, hang on, you've just told me what you're doing. You just told me. It makes it really easy. And the other form of this projection is, when countries describe themselves as like democracies, when they're clearly not a democracy. And the less of a democracy they are, the more they will call themselves a democracy. Like, or the People's Republic or something. It's like, because they're not, so they have to say the opposite of what they are. It's just double talk, and it's actually really convenient because you go, oh well, it's obviously the opposite to what you're saying, because they only operate to that level because they're actually a bit simple in the brain. Right, let me get this other server up, guys. It'll just set this up here. I don't know why it seems very obvious to me. I don't know why a lot of people seem to fall for it. We're just getting a server up. Well, so I think for something like Trump and the Republicans right now, the problem is so Trump is actually establishment. I don't know why people don't think he's establishment. He is part of the establishment. He's been in bloody Hollywood films. I mean, his buildings with his names on it. You can't have buildings with your name on it without being establishment. Anyway, the problem is the sort of the interest that the Democrats represent would rather have a opposition that's fascist and a bit mental than a socialist opposition. So, and that establishment feels that they're more able to beat a fascist mental opposition or like a ludicrous opposition than a well-organised social opposition. And they would also rather maintain their wealth and their power and not actually address wealth inequality. So, because they don't want to give up the power they've got, which then creates the environment where you can get populists can then just say like ludicrous stuff that's appealing to people that are disenfranchised, and those populists will then get traction based off that. So you can actually blame people like in the UK, like Labour or the left, or not even the left, or like incumbent powers, incumbent power structures. You can blame them for creating the climate where you have a lot of apathetical people, or a lot of people that are disenfranchised, people that need money, people that can't afford basic stuff, people that have shit quality of life, and also maybe they've been neglected educationally as well. And so those people they just want any change because they're like, oh, it's shit. Whatever we go for, it's shit. So those people will then hear, oh, there's another politician that's saying some things that seem like it'll change stuff. So then they will vote for that populist politician. It's exactly what happened in the 1930s. It's exactly what happened before, like... yeah, so, I mean, there's nothing you can do. It's just the same shit happens over and over again. And then loads of people die, and then everyone goes, oh, wow, how did that happen? Oh, I can't believe it happened. It was such a surprise. Oh, we couldn't see it coming. It's like, oh, okay, no, but I think we could. I bet you, even in the 1930s, right, there was a lot of fascists in the UK in 1920, like early 19 we say 1900s, but early on, before the 1940s, there was a lot of rise of fascism and I don't think you can say the M word. It's not that M word, but you know what I mean. That was a problem in the UK, in Europe, all over, right? And people would have been calling it out. They would have been calling it out. Hang on. Okay, we've got this version of Spa. I don't know if it's shared. They'll have been calling it out, and then it will have all happened. Imagine knowing in the 1915 or 1920, and you knowing, like being out where we are now, and you know what's going to happen. You're like, oh shit. You don't want it to happen. Stop. No, that's just racism, Skywilk. It's not that simple. No, that's like, you're just Skywilk. You're being so stupid with that comment. That's exactly the same rhetoric as in the 1920s and 1930s. Funnily enough, so much of the UK is built on immigration. So much of America is built on immigration. It is using, so there are issues with immigration, there's issues with processing immigration, but if you look at the actual immigration data for the UK in particular, I've not looked at it for America, so I don't know that specific whatever's going on there necessarily, but in the UK at least, most people coming into the UK are doing jobs that people otherwise don't want to do, or are not currently doing, or they're students. That's the vast majority. There is a reasonable number of people coming in seeking asylum, but the solution is to actually process stuff properly and have resources. It's not, the solution isn't, let's blame immigrants. It's like, yeah, it is an easy platform for populism because racists will do it, but by just saying, oh, it's immigration, you're just basically playing into the populist talking point. So the UK as well is getting an aging population, so I don't see how in the short term how the economy is supposed to operate without immigration. I mean, you need to look at like actual numbers for this, but yeah, I'm going to do vintage Monza because I don't know. I don't know if everyone has that, and I don't know if I've linked to the track, so we'll do vintage Monza. No, so you've made a logical mistake, Skywilk, in that because people are generally racist, or because a group of people are racist, and because populists can then leverage that uncritical form of racism to then gain traction, you have then said, oh, okay, so now we can't have immigration or something, or immigration is the number one problem. You've made a logical mistake in that immigration isn't necessarily the problem. The problem is populists and how immigration is actually dealt with. Like the numbers of it, the way it's conveyed. Like, if you were to ask an average person in the UK about immigrants coming into UK, they think that most immigrants are coming in on like rubber dinghies across the channel. And there are people coming across the channel on rubber dinghies, right? But like 90% of immigrants are doing like care jobs and are students. Like, you can get the I find the data. How do you stop the populists? You make sure that you address wealth inequality. So you invest in processing of immigrants. You don't put immigrants all into single areas that are already impoverished areas for a start. You distribute them across the country. You make sure stuff is swiftly addressed. You tax the rich so that you don't even need to tax the rich. You can actually a government can just do it, because the problem, everything's existing in like a total fiction, because the framework that the media presents is one that the government can't do stuff without getting a debt, and then the idea that debt is bad. So politically, the government can't even do anything in reality, because the media frames debt as bad. It isn't necessarily. If you print your own, if you're in charge, if you have your own bank that prints your own currency, debt isn't bad. All that matters is that the real economy actually is a real economy, like the strength of the real economy. The actual money and debt of the money you've got, it's irrelevant. It doesn't, there's no, you can look into the economics of it, modern monetary theory. It doesn't matter how much debt you have. If stuff's churning over, it doesn't matter. So anyway, the whole thing is just ridiculous. Like, politically, it's ridiculous. The whole thing's like built on lies in multiple directions. We're screwed. I know what argument you're making, Skywalk, in terms of employing people at lower wages and that component. I don't necessarily disagree with that. But that's not necessarily a negative. So, because the idea would be, if you had an immigrant come into a country, if they were paid less, but the real economic value was higher, then they would actually be economic stimulus. Now, you could argue ethically, and I would argue this as well, ethically, the immigrants are being exploited because then they are not being paid the actual wage that they should be being paid for the work that they're doing. So you're exploiting the fact that someone's coming from a lower economic area, but then someone with a more international economic view would go, well, that's not necessarily a problem, because those immigrants will come in, they'll get more money from the stronger economy, and then they will take some of that cash money out of that economy and pay it back into their economy, which will then grow that economy. And so it's a win-win scenario all round, because their quality of life, or their family quality of life, will rise. And so you could then argue, well, economically it's risen everyone up because there's more efficiency in the overall system. You could have a debate on that, but it's not necessarily de facto bad. I'm just getting the car on there. But for that to have a decisive view on that conversation, you would have to lay out a bunch of facts and then present your political view. So the view on, like, if you would rather do stuff locally with local workforce, with them being paid more, or if you're happy with the international workforce, and so you can have a debate on that. But it's just not as simple as going, immigrants bad. It's just not that simple. It's yeah. Oh dear. I mean, what's the point? What is the point? What car do we go for? I'm looking for a vintage car we can do round Monza. A fast classic Ferrari. Look, the thing is, I just don't want another. I just don't want to I don't want fascism. I'm not nationalist at all, and I don't want another war whilst I'm alive. Not another one. Do you know what I mean? Just You got a week until I find a car to actually. I'm trying to find a good car. We'll stick with the Kunos one because then it's easier for people to join. Yeah, I'm sure on the topic of general immigration, I'm sure you could actually have you could probably have a very long debate on a single component of it. And personally, I could see taking multiple sides. Like, I wouldn't necessarily be set on one. But at the current point in time, within the context of the current UK, it seems to me like the biggest issue with the immigration is a lack of investment into the way that immigrants are processed. That seems to be like one of the fundamental issue. Like that's the as it is right now, funding and sort of structuring of how immigration is processed would seem to be the thing that needs to be dealt with, and not putting immigrants all in a single location and not putting them in a poor location. Like if you've got a bunch of immigrants coming into the country, they should be distributed across the country, and they should primarily go to wealthier areas. Like, because wealthier people and wealthier schools are in a better position to absorb the difficulties of people that are culturally different. Because wealthier people have more free time, generally speaking, or under less pressure. Right. But also, maybe not going to war with, like, Afghanistan for no reason at all. Like, you can't complain about, or like, global warming and things, or stupid conflicts that Britain's done, like total cock-ups. Like, the immigration issue is a result. So, it's like the economic thing I was saying. A lot of these things are due to policies that happened 10, 15 years ago, and they can't be thought of in the immediate time frame. And the solutions are solutions that take 5, 10, 15 years as well. So, it's weird when people just chuck them onto single political parties. Don't even matter which political party it is. Just getting the server up, guys. Here, sorry, the settings need to be tweaked. Right, here we go. Try this. See if this works. Everyone equal would be fantastic. Well, no, everyone doesn't need to be equal. That doesn't matter. Everyone needs an opportunity, an equal opportunity to be successful. So not everyone would get the same, should have the same results. So, but like, for example, if I come from a poor background, or I'm a minority or something, or some specific religion or whatever, I should have the same ability and opportunity to start a business and be successful as if I was someone that inherited multiple properties and was already culturally tied into the establishment, you know? Well, okay, Steve Marshall, like those hotels are normally like Premier Inns. I mean, honestly, they're basically prisons. So that's like weird press trying to make out that they're in like luxury hotels. Like, have you stayed in those hotels? Have you stayed in one of those hotels? It's not exactly, you know, it's not luxury accommodation. It's like, hang on. Well, the thing is as well, why can't we build like some nice flats for people that are like English people that are already in the country, and for immigrants? Like, wouldn't high quality housing in like, there's places where you can build houses, like, so an immigrant coming into the country, and you basically say, okay, you have to, if you seek asylum or you come into the UK, you don't get to choose where you go. You know, that could be, you could set that as a rule. I don't know, like you can't, for X period of time, you have to go where we say. Basically, that's just the rules. Okay, right. Well, why not build like really nice houses, flats in Middlesbrough, but build really nice quality stuff so that locals can stay in it as well as immigrants, but like it's good quality and at a good price if you decide to buy it. Like, why not? Why does it have to be a negative? What? Why is it by default framed as an absolute negative? Why would it have to be negative? It doesn't make any sense. I mean, if anything, it should be neutral. Like you would expect. Like the assumption that immigrants are bad is a fundamentally racist assumption, I think. Because you've got to have some pretty get up and go to leave your country to then go to another random country. Like you have to be someone that's probably somewhat motivated to at least move. Yeah, they should just put them in those properties. What do you mean? Are you suggesting that locals aren't the priority, Borista? Like, what? That's such a. Do you not see why that question is like a? Like, do you not think that they are? Where's your evidence that people that have lived in Britain for they were born in the UK or whatever, lived in the UK for like 15, 20 years? Where's your evidence that they don't have priority? No, I agree, Wilson, but I do think that can be a bit of an issue when you well, it doesn't have to be an issue, but I can see why it can yeah, but Boris, you could still have more houses available for local people as well. Yeah, I know. Mina Yash, right? I don't think people looked at the data, right? I guarantee you, because I was surprised as well because I hadn't looked into it at all. I don't. So my view on politics and things and general stuff, I don't have a view particularly until I've looked at the data on stuff or a little bit of research to then go, oh, that seems like the more reasonable thing. And even then, I'm like, well, I don't really know because I'm an idiot. But it was really weird that the presented view of immigration would make you think that 50% of immigrants were coming across the channel on dinghies. That was the perception because of, even as someone, I don't watch the news. I like to read books. I like to read books of history books and stuff, and I try not to watch any news at all. And then if something comes up through just people saying stuff, I'll then try and look into it. Right, here we go. Yeah, right, here we go. Here we go. Look at this. This graph is a good... Right. Study and work. If you look at the family, asylum and humanitarian, they're actually arguably on a decrease. For some reason, I don't know what happened in 20... What, was it the Afghan... Was it the... was it from the Afghan war, maybe? I don't know what's going on, but like, if you look at the numbers, and this is what the far right and fascists do, is they conflate the study and work immigration numbers with asylum seekers and humanitarian. They do it on purpose. That's the whole point. That's what they're doing. It's so disingenuous, and people don't look into it. So that's what they. So you can have a debate on people coming in for work and stuff. That's fine. You can but that's not how I think most people are perceiving it. Because also, someone that's come into the country for work is a legal immigrant. So you can then have a discussion on the legal frameworks. But most for the right-wing stuff I've seen, or the anti-immigration stuff, is more to do with people being housed and so asylum seekers, or like people desperately coming in. Not people. Have you ever tried to actually, if you're a normal? So a friend of mine's wife is Chinese. Her getting being able to get a work permit for the UK and stuff was insane. And if you've ever tried, you have to be so dedicated to actually get the. It's the same as if you're British and you want to get a visa for other countries. It's a total pain in the arse. I think people genuinely have no idea when they go into this subject. They have no idea of what's actually going on. They've consumed like this media stuff that's thrown at them. A couple of examples of disgruntled locals, some impoverished areas where the issue is actually the fact that the area has been neglected by multiple governments over decades, and those people have been screwed over by the government in different ways. But then now that area has some asylum seekers, so it's become the inflaming thing. They focus on that and not the actual real issues. It's insane. It's so mental. Right, hang on, look. We're going to go driving in a minute. How do I paste it? What can I paste an image to? I'll just link you to the website. If you scroll down this website, the Migration Observatory, which I'm pretty sure most people would agree is pretty unbiased. I mean, it seems like a legit information to me. The data is in line with other data I've seen. If you scroll down to figure 3, you can see the numbers. And so you're gonna if you want to have the conversation on immigration, then you'd have to go, oh yeah, okay. Mad hacks. What's hilarious? Rishi Sunak and Suella Braverman are from migrants themselves, and they have the audacity to hit on people that are driven out of their countries because the greedy elites destroy the countries. Yeah. Well. Oh well. Oh dear. Has anyone made a setup? Can you share it so I don't have to feel slow? That'd be nice.
The pace car is out of control.
But yeah, there you go, guys. Hope you enjoyed the general politics talk. Read above. Above what? I can't just read above. There's like 3 chat rooms. Read above. Read above. Yeah, there's no context to that. read above. What, my ceiling? The in-game chat, the Twitch, YouTube. Read above. Read above. Read all above it. Right, here we go. Read the dove. Oh, this is a proper car. Nice, relaxing Deathmobile. Anyway, I probably should talk about politics because, oh my Jesus, politics is easier than this car. Good job, mate. Good job. Should only talk about simulators because nobody wants to talk about politics. Oh, hang on a minute. Not talking about politics is a political statement. Oh, you can't win. Right. It's leaning to the right. Why is my camera filter not working with this car? That's weird. And also, let's go full gear ratio on this. That should do. So in the UK, I don't get why house building's not a. No, this. Oh my God! I am turning the force feedback down this because my arms are falling off. Yeah, Randall Coulside's probably one of the worst people to ever visit the UK. Get rid of him. Get rid of Randall Coulside. Why? Okay. Hello, Buster. It's going all right. I think we should try maybe doing the flat track rather than the bumpy track. I don't know. It wasn't me. It's never me. Maybe we should have done like a 1960s, like not a 1980s. This is 80s, isn't it? Oh, hang on. How are you? How's he faster? I know. Oh yeah, he is. Makes the track's okay till you get to the bumpy bit. Oh no! Why did I? Guys, can I change car? Can I change car? Guys, I'm changing car. This is a terrible. We're changing car. Sorry. Sorry, we made a big mistake. Cancel the race. Cancel the race, guys. You need to take all your cars back home. We're gonna go for like a 1940s. Cancel the race. We made a big mistake. Hello, Lily Panda. $1950s. We did a Lotus Type 49. Yeah, so obviously we can't stop talking about politics. I definitely think maybe the problem is there is no point in actually trying to reason with some people, is there? There'll always be some people on the, there'll always be some undecided people that are on the fringes of stuff and they might change their mind. But a lot of people, and you're never going to be able to say anything that would actually change their mind at all. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's going to be whoever's got enough wealth to propagandise people and tell them what to think. It's exactly the same with driving sims. At the end of the day, I could do live streams and say, well, this is what's wrong with iRacing. But that doesn't matter because the majority of people play iRacing. And so your average person will load up iRacing and go, it's the most realistic, time model's fine. And then they will struggle through it and be like, oh yeah, well that's, So it doesn't matter if you have groups of people or people that are right explaining exactly what's wrong precisely. It doesn't matter because there's nothing that you will be able to say to them to change their mind. And if there's money behind something, it's going to always... that's going to be put like there's going to be a sort of consensus of profiteering, so that will be what happens. So like with driving sims, a lot of streamers will play iRacing because it's it's a viable game to stream. Same with ACC. I'm not saying it's universally bad and that they don't enjoy it as well, but same with the F1 game and GT6. Like there's AC is demonstrably better, Richard Burns Rally's better, other stuff's better, but it just wouldn't get the views. So the capitalism isn't behind it. Companies selling pedals and wheels, they're going to be better off targeting games consoles because there's more players. So even though they're demonstrably worse for the actual objective components, doesn't matter. So capitalism will go where it goes, regardless of the reality. So what's the point? What's the point? Right, there, right, here we go. Let's see if this... You only stand to lose. Yeah, well, that slap. I've been reading too much Chomsky as well. You got me. I do like Chomsky. I've done in the past, but then I've been reading more Chomsky and it's ruined my life even more. Right, servers up. Definitely worth reading. There's some stuff in what's his I can't remember which book it is. It's not Manufacturing Consent. It's it's not really a book. It's about just loads of him having conversations. There's components of it which are quite interesting to think about outside of the bog standard Chomsky stuff. Yeah, but taking Chomsky as an example, right? I think he actually makes some false assumptions. So obviously a lot of his stuff is from a lot of his writing and what he was doing sort of in the 90s and 2000s. He has done more recent stuff, but a lot of his famous books are from that era. And he makes them. I think it's a mistake. I think it's been proven that he's incorrect on this. That he thinks that business has more power than government. Like, he definitely thinks that, or that obviously business does control government, which it does do. So I don't think he's wrong necessarily, but COVID and the financial crisis really showed that actually the government can just issue money, and the government can just say, right, we're bailing these things out, we're doing this. And it, you know, so a government actually does have a surprising amount of power and can do things. It depends on like how popular that government is, and it's different in America to the UK, obviously, as well. So I'm not saying he's wrong, but it's surprising how much power a government potentially has. No, I agree with. I'm not saying he's completely wrong, but I think in the last few years, interesting things have happened that have shown that governments potentially have more power than you would initially expect. Like lockdowns, for example. You wouldn't think that if it was a pure business motivated, entirely business motivated, right? The fact is, lockdowns actually do make sense financially, because if your workforce dies or hospitals collapse, then that's a big problem for your workforce. But most business was against lockdowns, and yet they still did lockdowns, even in America. So it seems contrary to the idea that government has no independent capacity. What's the other thing? Yeah, his views on like Russia as well, I think, are a little bit. I don't totally disagree, but yeah, I think there's like some nuanced components to stuff. Chomsky should be like given to like teenagers to read in school. It should be like primary school learning, like Manufacturing Consent, or just watching the documentary. And like Adam Curtis. That's what they should give primary school children to watch. Adam Curtis documentaries, and then they'll all be like happy, and they'll watch an Adam Curtis documentary, and then they'll all be depressed, and then they can get into sim racing. Skyworld, the war with Russia is one of the stupidest things ever. Well, but if they, on the other side of it, if Europe didn't do anything, if Russia just let's say Russia takes over Ukraine, that would also be stupid for Europe as well. So like in both scenarios are pretty stupid for Europe. In both scenarios, you end up with potentially a huge mess for multiple reasons. So. The right side, but Ukraine wasn't in NATO, so maybe they were getting closer to it, but then Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons. So I think under the promise that they could join NATO. So I mean, at the end of the day, though, if a country, let's say the country is corrupt, let's say the West has corrupted its government, which you could debate. I'm not sure how true that is, but let's take Russian propaganda or even not propaganda. Let's take Russian talking points on Ukraine at face value. So okay, Russia's got too close to the West. The West wants to have Ukraine's got too close to the West. The West wants that as a more of a buffer zone or as a way to put more pressure on Russia. Okay, but at the end of the day, that still doesn't act as a justification for an outright land invasion, does it? So you'd then be like, well, that's the problem. It's like how does it pan out? So let's say there's a land invade. Let's say it's a country that feels that like a territory belongs to them. If that population, let's say they're not, the population's been propagandized by the West. If the population doesn't fight back, then you'd be like, okay, well, they've took it. But if the population do fight back and continue to fight back, even if it's using weaponry from the West, you would still have to be like, well, hang on a minute, there's a continuous land invasion from another entity onto another country. Even if like with Russia and Ukraine, even if Russia feels like they rightfully should control Ukraine, the problem is Ukraine, at least with its political structure it has at the moment, doesn't want to be occupied by Russia, does it? So in terms of peace in that situation, Russia would have to back down, I think. I don't know. The other argument would be the West doesn't support Ukraine at all, and Ukraine basically just gets taken over by Russia. And then the other argument would then be, it's like, well, but then wouldn't Russia then potentially want to do the same thing again and again and again, because under the idea that they want to recreate the former Soviet Union. So then obviously countries like Poland, Romania, all these other countries that were former Soviet Union would all be like, hang on a minute, if Europe and the West is just going to let Ukraine get steamrolled, well, we're going to be next, aren't we? So like then you how do you play it out? Like, I'm just saying, in terms of, I'm not picking sides or anything, I'm saying, how do you play the scenarios out in the most humanitarian way? Like, the most humanitarian thing would presumably be for Russia to not invade Ukraine, right? In the same way, like with America doing what it did to Vietnam, the most humanitarian thing would be for America to have not attacked Vietnam, even if America felt that they were in the right because they were worried about communism spreading or whatever excuse they made. No, I'm talking, Lily Panda, I'm talking for the point of this conversation. I'm just saying, pragmatically, you don't need to pick sides to be like, well, what is going to produce the least amount of death? Poland had like a but yeah, it wasn't Soviet Union, but didn't it have like a sort of separate ties with it or something? I can't remember. It's complex. I'm sorry to Polish people for not knowing the history. Like, I think it was yeah, it wasn't Soviet Union, but I'm not sure how it operated. Russia's argument had been, oh my god, this is so bumpy as well. Bloody hell. I need to adjust the force feedback on this. Hello, Cat Debate. Well, so the problem is, the West, this is how the West undermines itself, is that there's loads of examples of America and the UK, destabilising like democratic countries for obviously Western interest, like in South America, and what's happening in other countries as well. So it is a bit stupid when the West, America and Britain as well, but like the West sort of goes, oh, we're pro democracy, ooh, and then they like act, and then you have all these people acting as if the West doesn't do what Russia's done. Like Russia invaded Afghanistan. You know, like Russia's been involved in a whole bunch of other countries, and so is the West. It's just really weird when that's the aspect of the propaganda with British and Americans, is they don't realise the degree to which Britain and America has destabilised other countries, created coups. You know. I saw that True Giant Fish, that video on YouTube is really funny, where those guys want to sneak into the military base that supposedly doesn't exist. I mean, that is weird though, isn't it? Like, isn't that really weird that that's just accepted? Oh, like, yeah, we've just got another country's massive military facility. We've just got their military, and our citizens aren't allowed to ask any questions or go there, or, you know, yeah, it's fine. And hang on a minute. Can you imagine the reaction in America if Americans had a insane British military base, like randomly in some town, or like a French military, like, full on, and you're just like, oh yeah, no, but this is a European military base. This is not part of America. Well, they do. They have, you know what I'm saying? Like, if America didn't have any like say in it at all, basically, is what I'm saying. I need to adjust my force feedback in. Because this road is so bumpy. I can't even hold onto my wheel. Old cars are where it's at. Woo! Almost hay-bailed myself. Oh, thanks, Can't Do It. It's good to know. Really need to know this information. Counter debate stomach. It's a nice track, this. Bonk. Nailed it. It is a bit warm night. Alright, Meanie Ass, have a good one. Thanks for watching. I always need a cup of tea. So when World War III happens due to America being taken over by fascists, we're gonna have to move to New Zealand. That's the only place I can think of where we'll be safe, because no one wants to live in New Zealand. No one thinks to go apart from all the billionaires, but like, didn't someone project like the nuclear fallout, and New Zealand was like the one place you can survive if nukes happen? Why has no one made a film about that? Like World War III happens, and loads of billionaires go to New Zealand, but then there's locals, and then you have the whole series is based on that, and the yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, UK's trying, but I think America's like 10, 15 years ahead of the UK, and then Germany's like 15, 20 years behind the UK, so
The pace car is out of control.
we're just a bit slow here. Yeah, I know, well, that's it, night, and also there's those small people that live in grass houses. I quite like that. And then they have like wizards and, you know. But I think it would just make a nice change from the UK, to be honest. You just embrace it. I think if you mind your own business, the orcs will leave you alone. Hello, Ethan Gamers. Ah! Okay, something a bit weird with this car. With the counter steer. Probably my force feedback straight to some zero. Thanks, Counter Debate. It's not. We can't go a single stream without Counter Debate's wife's bottom being brought up. It always happens. 3D bottom. You love my videos. Oh, thank you. I'm sorry to hear that's the case, but I appreciate it. Without people wasting their lives watching my videos, I'd have to get a real job. So thank you. Hang on, I'm gonna quickly quit out and come back in and try and tweak my force feedback here, because this track's way too bumpy for me. Quick tweak. Turn road effects off and the shader patch. Let's put this a bit higher. Let's try that. Lily Panda, you're gonna make billionaire repellent out of sheep poo. Maybe they like sheep poo. Billionaires are into weird stuff. Let's see these. This is going to be crazy bumpy. Oh yes! Oh bloody hell! Okay, it's not as bad as it was before, but it's still pretty damn bad. God damn it! Oh my god! I can't even hold the car in a straight. I can't even hold the car in a straight line because the bumps are crazy. It's not safe. Maybe it's the suspension on the car as well. Oh no. I thought I got the force feedback all nice. How wrong I was. I mean, this is quite a bumpy bit of road. Like I've walked on this in real life. It is mental. Oh yeah. Safe overtake there. Okay, that's better. The force feedback's just a bit too high. The LOD's... he's just floating in the car. The LOD's messed up. Oh my god. Hello. I wonder how conservative in general sim racers are, given that sim racers are probably largely like older, miserable people with disposable income. So, but then again, I think a lot of our viewers are quite dirty liberals and socialists. So, but maybe that's because I'm a dirty socialist. So, maybe that's what that is. I mean, I'm so filthy in believing in things like universal healthcare and education being affordable and housing and universal basic income or something equivalent. I'm so controversial. Jesus Christ. Force feedback. Christ. This is a good test for force feedback wheels, though. And if you have functioning arms, because you won't after you've done a few laps in this. Bloody hell. Oh, there we go. We did a lap. That was nice. Yeah, it's a nice track, but the bumps are a bit over the top around the oval. I'm using the shader patch force feedback, and I think it works pretty good. I think the shader patch force feedback stuff stops the wheel from being overacted, but then I think it magnifies track bumps a bit too much, which I know a lot of people like, but then when you have bumpy tracks it goes mental. It's nice on flat bits of road like this though. Here we go. It's time to 7 laps. Okay, I might have gone a bit far on the laps here, guys, but don't worry about that. The true winner will come out on top here. I'm going to put it on full. Oh dear. This is terrible. Monza was always a track in GPL that if I got it right was the best track ever. Get it slightly wrong? Yeah, but you get to be in a tree, so it's not all bad. You know, if you're gonna die, you might as well die in a tree. Then like birds can eat you. You'd be like a hanging tree, one of those tree fat stick things. So at least you know, giving back to nature. Alright, here we go. Guys, take it easy at the start because it's a little bit bunched up. A little bit bunched up here. A little bit bunched up. It's going to go perfectly fine. I think you're just being pessimistic. 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you, A7 Buck. Thanks again, everyone that supported us and the memberships. Really appreciate it. Well, I should probably work on being more entertaining. Community Patron, welcome as well. First time
let's
chat.
go.
I should probably work on being more entertaining rather than just speaking my mind. I've realised I'm not very good at live streaming. I'm not really good at doing what I'm supposed to be doing. You know. Really, I'm terrible at everything I do. Steer for the SR. But then again, I don't know, nobody likes AC anyway. The LOD's messed up. Cars are flashing on and off. Whoa, there it is! There it is. Ah, we're restarting. We're restarting. I knew that was going to happen. Guys, take it easy. That's not where we want to type that.
Mind the gap.
Take it easy, guys. My goodness.
My goodness!
I know, Vino fellow, exactly. I mean, what can you do? Oh, well. I like how the LOD's totally broken on this car, so there's just cars like this.
Okay, let's go.
These people are just floating in the middle of suspension. Yeah, the problem is people accelerate too hard and then spin and then go on the grass and then spin even more. Yeah, I need to work on being more of a capitalist shill. Just focus on shilling products and stuff. And just being positive, really, to make people feel better. But then, if I watch streamers that are really always positive, to me, it doesn't make me feel happy. When I watch streamers like that, I'm happy for them and I'm happy for the audience. But then I just think, oh, it's a bit dull. I'm like, what, you know, it would be more interesting to watch them talk about something that matters. Not that it does matter that much, but you know what I mean. It's better to do something different, isn't it? Well, it probably isn't, actually. Well, here we go. Take it easy, guys. Nice and easy as the cars flash on and off. The LOD, they're all like floating in the cars. Easy. Oh my God, you idiot. Who is that? Right, we're doing one more restart. One more restart. If you cause a crash, you're banned forever. If you cause a crash now, and this doesn't apply to me because I'm the dictator, you're banned forever, for perpetuity. You go. We'll find out who you are. You'll be. I'll contact all the sim companies, and they won't sell you a DD wheel. I'll find out your name, and I'll get you blacklisted up by every servo motor manufacturer and load cell pedal producer.
Triple caution! Triple caution! Stay center! Triple caution! Stay center!
Triple caution. Eventually, everyone will just leave the server. But yeah, if you're not in the top like 5, you need to brake early for T1. 7 laps, so just take it very easy until we've done like 2 laps. You'll never force feedback in this town again. Sheriff Muscle. Now, if I cause a crash, It doesn't count. Why? Honestly, are you driving with a dance mat?
My goodness!
The guy's just floating in front of us. Oh, bit of a wall ride from me here. Ah, there it is. Guys, can you try and brake for the corners just a little bit? Yeah, I don't know. Half these drivers would be dead by now. It'd be like a real 1950s race. Isn't there a vintage Donington? It's like awesome. Totally mental. The LOD, look at him, floating. Oh dear, here comes the bumps. I ain't gonna be able to hold onto the wheel. Ah! Summer at its finest. Oh dear. Oh my god! Jesus Christ, like my hands are being hit by a car. I didn't think I had a motion ring, but when I drive this, apparently I do. I'll do that 7 more times. The way the driver's floating with his bottom above the ground. So stupid. I wonder why the LOD's back to front on this car. Maybe it just needs updating or something. It's working. It's like going to the lowest LOD when they're close. But when they're far away, it's the correct one. Very strange. He did not make. What are you doing? Who's that? Golden Age. Golden age of driving into the wall. What are you doing? Jesus Christ. Golden age of not using the brake pedal.
Mind the gap.
Golden eye. Oh my goodness. Genuinely makes your sim rig feel like a motion rig from how much it's bouncing. Oh, we're in 8th place here. Almost halfway through. Ron Hubbard, that is a terrible joke. Absolutely disgraceful pun. Shedhead in front of us here. Recycled joke. You forgot to remove the it is the wrong part of material. Oh, Jesus, this is not comfortable. Jesus. I like bumps here. I think it adds to the excitement. CMRT overlays, you can get them from their Patreon. I'm coming for you, Chedhead. Oh, look at that braking. Chedhead's going to be feeling the pressure. I'm going to be cooking his cheese. He's going to be fondue. Oh. Ah! Jeez. What are you doing? That was close. That was very close. Still alive. This is like driving a rental car. Just a shitty British go-kart track. Need gloves for this. I'm coming for Cheddar. We've got to get Cheddar. Come on.
I don't think I saw that one. Can't, but I have to have a look.
Ah, I need to be on the inside of that, I think. Oh, Chedhead's getting away. He's got faster. Embrace the cheese. I'm actually pretty hungry. I had pasta with fish today. A whole bowl of pasta with tuna. And then I actually had some fish in the morning. It's been like a day of fish. I need more fish. Fish man. What else can I eat? I haven't got any bread. I've got half a pizza. And then I've been eating something recently that's making my stomach feel pretty bad. I don't know if it's the pizzas I've been eating. Or the yogurts. I don't know. Something's... Or maybe because I've been eating more apples. But something's been making my stomach hate me. No, we haven't got piles. Oh, that's nice how the map lights up yellow when there's a yellow flag. No, I'm not going to drink gone off milk. I would notice. How do people make tea with gone off milk and not realise? Like, you'd notice straight away. You'd have to be like a real tea degenerate to not notice. Oh, it's golden age on the inside. It's a golden age. Now, I only eat frozen fish or tinned fish. Oh my god. 90-degree bump steer. A little bit over the top. Final lap here. I'm in glorious 7th. I'm quite happy with this. How long were old Formula 1 races? Didn't they go on for like 2 hours? Like the vintage Spa races. Ah, that's possible, Necro Dogs, yeah. I was wondering why dinner tasted a bit like polyester. Oh, flat out. Yes. Yeah, that's... I think old Formula 1 used to be a lot more like what endurance racing now is. And to be honest, I think that's what Formula 1 should really be. I think it's gone too far in the... well, I think you should have sprint racing, but then I think you should equally have like a 2-hour... Maybe it's not Formula cars, I don't know. Something that's not like endurance. I know you have like 3-hour and 6-hour endurance races, but some kind of... I don't know. Basically, they should just get 1960s F1 cars again. Single-seater, but without downforce. There you go. Single-seater, no downforce, races that go on for 3 hours. That should be a thing. Probably too dangerous. The gentleman's challenge. Oh, that's it. Race over. That was good. Well done, Calcium D Source. Martin Vandis. USB. Thomas Spit. Beetlejuice. Chedhead. Beat us in the end. I got Glorious 7th. Ronim in 8th. Golden Age 9th. Tim Carter 10th. Burby 11th. Eric 12th. Doing in 13th. That was good racing. Maybe we should do like a proper vintage Formula race on this channel where we do like a 3-hour 1960s race at like vintage Spa. That'd be mental. Can you imagine 3 hours of this?
Okay, let's go.
Right, we need to do another track. We need to do Spa. Yeah, my arms are being shaken off. So this track though was running perfectly smooth with OBS on as well, which is weird. I think AC has a bug basically with OBS. Some cars trigger it. So some weird things going on. Oh, actually, just reminded me. 4090s are the cheapest they've ever been at the moment, especially if you're in the States. You can get 4090s quite affordably. I say quite affordably. They're the cheaper they've ever been. Still really expensive, but there you go. Subscribe, like, follow, cry. Says it right there. Look at that. Right, we have vintage Silverstone Spa. The track is, if you guys, Spa Francorchamps 1966. It's the reboot team version. I'm gonna put the car on it. I think we'll put pizza on. Yeah, no, I've driven that. It's quite a hard track though to. Yeah, that vintage Donington is good. You need really old cars. That vintage Donington, I think, was driven with motorbikes. What was the Ferrari that we were driving on? The Ferrari drove really well, so I think we'll go with that. So we were driving that on the other track. what's going on here? Whose Ferrari is it? It was a Kunos car, right? Ah, Ferrari 31267, that's it. Buster, I'd fully blame you for making me think it was worth upgrading the Quest 2 to Quest 3. You were right. Yeah, it is incredible, actually. It's about using it on PC. The thing is, yeah, it is really good. The only bad thing I could really say about the Quest 3 is the shitty strap it comes with. The battery life is really bad. I don't know why they didn't just put a... No, I don't know. It's just not good enough, the battery life. Right, here we go. Just get this server up. Let's make the lighting a bit more romantic. Oh yeah, no, that was the thing for me, Buster, because I get motion sick moving my head, so I've learnt to not move my head a lot because of stupid shit that's wrong with my brain. So being able to I tend to use my eyes more, especially in VR. So that's it's a huge thing with the Quest 3. Right, here we go. Let's just do 4 laps. Servers up. Awesome fun this though. I'm really enjoying this. I don't think it's very popular, but I don't care. I don't care. This is good fun. So it's a reboot Spa. Do I have it in my comments on YouTube? Let's see. Did I add it? Spa Vintage Mini. Don't think I added it. If someone can link it, that'd be fantastic. Yeah, I don't know how much they are, Burby, but yeah, it's a good idea. Spa 1966. We'll see if people can get in. What? No, I don't need to change forcing back on this one. Yeah, well that... Yeah, you should really get the Bobo VR head strap, Buster. So much better, like ridiculously more comfortable. Like, makes the headset 30% more comfortable, and then if you've got a facial interchange, you can have it so that it's not touching your face basically, but you can see the whole screen. It's really good. Right, I'm just gonna put pizza on. I'll be back in a second. Thanks everyone for joining us. It's been it's nice. We probably lost all the Trump supporters. Don't worry. When Trump wins the presidency and National Socialism takes hold of America, you'll be fine. I'm the one that's going to be executed, so don't worry. I'll be the one getting shot in the gulag, so you guys will have a last laugh. Don't worry. All right, Lily Panda. Thanks for joining us. Have a good night. Back in a bit. someone donated, and it didn't come up. So I need to fix this. No, I had to go and get a pizza. We need to fix this alert stuff. I really appreciate the support. Don't know why the alerts aren't coming up. Thank you. How's everyone doing? Did anyone make a setup? If you could share it, that'd be great. It's a reboot. Spa 1966 by Reboot. Isn't it in the description on YouTube? Vintage Spa. It's on YouTube. This is literally there. Look. I've done all the work. I'm such a good streamer. Why is the force feedback so strong? What's going on with these settings? Hang on. There's something up with my force feedback settings. Got to rejoin the server here. I think this scales the force feedback opposite to how FFB does. Meal of Champions here. Some old cars have crazy force feedback and some don't. Normally heavy force feedback comes from bump steer, gyroscopic precession, I think, and cars that have downforce. Yeah. Also depends on caster settings, how many the ratio for the steering, the rack and pinion, wheel size. There's a lot of variables. Normally though, if an engineer can design force feedback strength, generally speaking it'll be between 8 and 15 newton meters, because it's that just happens to be a very good range for driver control and comfort. I don't know how much fuel we need. I put like 60 litres in. Has anyone got a setup? No, we're just going to go for it, it'll be fine. Man, if I didn't have aircon, I'd be so dead. I went upstairs to get food, and it is so it's so warm. And weirdly, because my roof is just slate, it's even hotter upstairs. House just turns into an oven. It's really weird that people don't have aircon in the UK at all. But my sister doesn't. She's like baking. All right, Mr. Jaron, thank you. Enjoy the low resolution. Let's go. Does anyone have a setup they can share? guys. Oh, Tim Carter has. Hang on, but you were like 3 minutes off the pace. Calcium D source, can you show your setup? Okay, we'll trust Tim Carter. I'm trusting you. It's better be the N Carter setup, not the Tim Carter. It's better be a winning setup. No pressure. I'm not going to put 60 litres of fuel in because I have no idea what the fuel's like in this. Here we go. Did Thomas get it in the end? He did. Eric's in there. Who else in there? USB. Golden age. Golden age. Beautiful. Which one of you did the donation? Can you say in chat so I know? I know our Streamlabs is knackered. Thank you very much, as I say. This is very appreciated. We the next up to £40 that I get is going towards getting a didgeridoo. Because I've always wanted one. So yeah, if you would like to sponsor my didgeridoo, then we could do a didgeridoo live stream. Right, I'm going to force next session because this is messed up. No, someone's joining. They're breaking it. We'll have to just wait, guys. Be patient here. Any of you in chat play a didgeridoo? Christopher, you did the trickle down comment donate. Was that you, the last one? Was it you? Was it you? It didn't come up on the screen. Oh, come on. It was. Hang on. And what's the date today? Did you do a... Hang on. Did you do a huge donation? You did? What? Hang on. Why did... What? Did you really just send that amount of money and it didn't come up on the screen? Well, yeah, you just sent like £40, right? And then Jeron sent €10. So we have a didgeridoo. What? They didn't come up on the screen, and I didn't say anything. And you just casually, you send a bold tit £40, and you don't mention it. You're like, oh yeah, what? Who does that? And you remember. Oh, I'm buying the didgeridoo. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. You idiot. Why would you not say... Why would you not say... Why is this not going to the next session? Why would you not actually say... If you send £40 to someone... Who sends £40 to a YouTuber and doesn't say anything? I'm telling you, our viewers are mental. I think he should, yeah. Like... What is wrong with you to not even bring it up? Oh yeah, here you go. Right, by the you don't mind me spending that money on a didgeridoo, do you? So Amazon has The session will go to. The session will advance, so don't worry about it. I mean, there's two. There's one for $39.99. World Percussion USA hand-fired modern didgeridoo beeswax mouthpiece, or there's Menal Percussion synthetic series didgeridoo 51 inches, $48.95. Only one left in stock. Oh, it's got 5 stars, 68%. The other one has 2,076%. I think I'll go for the cheaper one because it's got better reviews. What's the negative reviews? There's a lot of 3. It's 50. Okay, I'm going to trust this Amazon's Choice as well. So I'm getting the. I'm getting this basic one. £40. Add to basket. The didgeridoo stream's on, guys. Proceed to checkout. Can I do next day delivery on a didgeridoo? There we go. Buy now. Tuesday, 23rd. Okay. Buy now. Right. There we go. Thank you very much. I bought the didgeridoo. Tuesday, when it arrives, we'll do didgeridoo stream. It's just buy. There we go. It's bought. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Really appreciate it. I've always wanted a didgeridoo. Why can we not go? Yeah, hang on.
Go to next session.
Hang on, what was that? Oh, it won't let me go because it says a player's joining. It's broke. Someone's like, someone's messed this up. If you were joining and it's not worked, guys, come on. It won't let me skip it because there's a connect. Someone needs to quit. I think that's. Who is it? Oh no.
7777777777777 just KD ding.
KD ding. KD ding. Just KD ding. KD ding. Who's trying to join the server? Who's ruining this? Should I just restart? Yeah, 2 people that are driving. Go to pits if you're driving. Right, I'm gonna kick you if you're driving. Why is it not letting me even do that? I'll have to restart the server. Shall I, Shall I just restart the server, guys? No. Not working. I'm going to restart the server. But we'll do a shorter quali. And then I'll insta. No, I have to do quali, otherwise no one will be positioned at all. It's alright, we got this. Okay, let's go. Oh, God. Nailed it. Probably not the best time of day, this. Oh, hang on, guys. Let me redo the server with a slightly better time of day as well. Oh my God. Hang on, I want to. Oh my goodness. Hang on. Last time we were restarting the server, getting the time of day better. Right. There you go. It's up. And yeah, I know, but I don't know how to do it. Let's see if this works. Get out of here! Get out of here! Rip.
My goodness!
My goodness! Broke your car. Pure game of muscle skill, that's what that is. Oh, sorry. Didn't see you. What's causing these sudden force feedback? Is it the track module having weird bumps in it? It's causing like bumps here. Ah, just you'll have to rejoin the server. Where's he going? Oh, nailed it. Golden Age. Golden Eye. GoldenEye! GoldenEye! I'm well hyped to play the didgeridoo. It's been a dream of mine since I was like 12. Unbelievable. Can you believe that? Thanks to you guys, my childhood dream of playing a didgeridoo, probably very badly, is being realised. Well good. I'm going to keep it next to Simrig, and then anytime someone has an argument with me, I can bring the didgeridoo out. I can just blow the didgeridoo anytime that someone says something stupid. I need another microphone on the floor. We can have a camera on the didgeridoo. Because no one can argue with a didgeridoo. Like, it's impossible. Anytime someone says, oh, iRacing's got a good tire model. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's it. Oh, what's going on there? What's that? Belgian country. Oh, shit. Oh, it's my track cut. Right, hang on. I'm not resetting the server, but I'm going to barbecue. Mid-track racing line barbecue. Where else? I'm going to go back to AC default force feedback, but with my Moser pit house settings here. Let's see what happens. I'm not sure what's going on. Like, it worked really nicely on that other track, but maybe tracks that have poor meshes, it bugs out a bit. Because the bump steer is like really wide. Yeah, the AC force feedback's tighter for some reason. Oh. I think older cars, it's weird because like modern cars in AC all like work pretty good, to be honest, like, but then you're not really ever, you're not doing like slow counter steer stuff. It's all happening in a pretty tight. Still, maybe it's this track model. Maybe it's just big bumps in the track model. Oh, we need eye gearing. Did I not put the setup on? Oh, no. Now I'm the barbecue. Ah, there we go. Make sure to put the setup on, guys. Hello, John Hartley Sim Racing. How's it go, man? Sweaty Betty. Right, we're just gonna go straight to the race here. Ow. There we go. Oh, get in the cars. Here we go. There we go. Perfect. No, it's repeated quali. Stupid. The way the driver's coming from the sky. In the description on my YouTube, underneath the live stream, the race department is a good place. Right, here we go. 60 litres has got to be enough. 10 per lap. I'm going to put 17 because I'm scared. I know. 60 is 12, like 12. Oh, it's putting a bit extra. I'm paranoid. Right, here we go, guys. Take it easy for the opening few corners. 34 should be enough. 4 laps. Can't be like 8 litres a lap. I don't know how fuel efficient these are. It's alright, the pit lane's just on the right. The pit stop in the olden days didn't take as much time. Way better pit stops. They really did think of everything. Like it's all been thought of. Here we go, vintage Spa in a reasonably priced road car. Sensible car for your grand. Okay, hang on. Everyone's dead behind us. I also have a problem. Ah! Right. That's it, guys. We're going now. So I had a technical issue. Take it easy at the start, guys. Don't do a game of muscle. KO Michiels, hello. Belgium's nice, especially around Spa. Really nice countryside. Also, if you're driving to Germany, this is where the roads start being less boring. All the way from Calais to Spa, the roads are so boring. Just flat, dull. Oh, nice. Oh, you popped him. Absolute disaster. Who was that? Who was that? Naughty. Naughty, naughty. Typical Game of Muscle driving that. Game of Muscle subscribers are the worst. We found ourselves in second after 3 drivers have died. I'm sure they'll catch up with us though, because I'm a bit slow around here. Whoa. How come Martin Vandis is so fast? Oh, look at this. This is what it's all about. Oh my god. That was on it. This is like a weird Simcade title, Shumi, that allows you to unrealistically hold cars in slides, and it gives you unrealistic force feedback, so you can tell how much grip the tyres have. But it's a popular Simcade title for people that don't know how to drive properly. How good is this? Looks amazing. No! 1960s auto pit slowdown line. I forgot about that. The 1960s pit lane force field. They put huge electromagnets on the pit wall. They used to have to devote tons of coal power plants to powering it. All under control. That was a good catch. That was actually a good catch. Good driving. That was take your hands off the wheel, Oppo lock. Hello, Star Fox. Welcome along. How you doing, man? Welcome to the Belgian countryside. Spa-Francorchamps. Need a left beer for this. Oh, we had a bit of a good run there. Bit wide. And it was fine. Nothing to worry about. Totally in control. Tory Esports is catching me here. Tory Esports. Actually run by John Major. Yeah. Martin Vandis setting the fastest lap, well done. 3:37.4. Now I don't know if that's actually a good lap. Oh no, force field! Why is he pitting? Why are they pitting? Did they run out of fuel? Fool! Didn't put enough petrol in his car. Idiot. I've never made that mistake. Tory Esports is now on the tail. His car had some fuel austerity, and look what happened. Look what austerity did to him. Oh, not again. It's a corner. I hate this corner. Nailed it. What a line. Oh, absolute confidence here. I totally trust that there's going to be no spectators to drive into. Bloody Martin Vandis is gone. Absolute disgrace. We're just doing super modern lawn mowing. Retro. Modern? Retro? I don't know. These lines. Tory Esports will never catch me. I'm just too quick. Too damn good. Hello, Doug. It's so fun driving these vintage cars though. It's just the trees and the grass. It's really nice. Yeah, that's what you need. Trees, grass, and telephone poles. It's the way to be. There are cows on here as well, don't worry. Final lap. That was close. Yeah. Come on, it's AC. Of course it has cows. It's got horses, yeah. Anything. They've even got worms modelled. Right, let's not get caught out by this left-hander. Hang on, was that P1 that's just crashed? Who's that? Mauricio Boone. Yeah, it's Worms Armageddon. Le Worms. Le Vers. Is that what they called it in France? Have we got any French speakers in here? Was Worms the video game called Vers? Vers de Terre? Vers de Terres? Is that what it was called in Belgium and France? I really want to play through all the Cannon Fodder games and complete them. I never completed them when I had them. I got like halfway through them. Good fun. They just stood there with their green flag as if there isn't a car travelling at 200 miles an hour into the face. Martin's finished 3:37.1, and we are just coming around the final corner as well. See what we get. Great racing. Well, I say great racing, great driving. Wasn't really much racing, was there? But it's good fun. That's nice. Let's go to Eau Rouge here. I know we've got all the old cars parked here. Hello. Where's my my Dutch wife, my Belgian wife? This cardboard wife. It's like something from a horror movie. Like the VW camper, though, is awesome. I'll have one of them. Good driving, guys. Hang on, what's going on with my guys with my hands? Where should we go to next? I enjoyed that. Should we do that mental track? The really mental one? There's still some people finishing here, I think. Have they all finished? Martin first, myself second, Tim Carter third. Oh no, you ruined it, guys. You ruined it. Yeah, we could do these on the Nürburgring. Shall we do that? It's nice and simple. Let's do that. Okay, we'll do that. These on the Nürburgring, and then we can do a custom track. There we go, Nordschleifer. Yeah, it seemed alright. It probably could be tweaked, but it seemed alright. Maybe some different diff settings or something, but... Are you ready, guys? We'll make the... session's a bit shorter. Not ready. There we go. Make it just three laps. Should be enough. Be good. Alright, service up. Get in there. Oh, how can I fix this donation alert thing that's broken? I don't know. Who was it who did the donation again? Which link did you click on? It's Christoph Kubish. If you're still there, what link did you use to do the donation? He sent 40 quid to us. 40 pounds. 40 pounds. 40 pounds. That's a lot of money. That's a ridiculous amount of money. The one in the description on YouTube. It's got to be the one on YouTube. So, hang on, let's see if it's the same as the one that's on Twitch. Maybe that's where it's messed up. Is because. Try this. Right, hopefully. I don't actually think it even came up on Streamlabs. I don't think followers and subscribers are showing either, though. I just, someone sends you money and you just ignore it. It's so bad. Oh, I don't care. Oh, thank you. I'm just going to ignore you sending me shitloads of money. That works. I'm just repeating that.
T-Fund.
That's working. Okay, so that link, I replaced it with the Twitch link, so hopefully that works now. Simon didn't just tip £5. That's from 18 days ago. I think it's the wrong. That was the wrong donation. Oh, it sends it. I still get the donation, but I think it.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
The wrong thing. Yeah. Why is that not shown on the screen now? Okay. Oh well. Should work now.
I am the champion of the ninjas.
Okay, that's working. Okay, hopefully that works now. And then I don't know what's going on. Right, hopefully that'll work. I should save it in chat at least now. I am the champion of the ninjas. Thank you very much, guys. I really do appreciate it, as I said, the support. I really do appreciate being able to stolen set from someone on YouTube. Appreciate being able to do this is my job, so I wouldn't be able to do a real job. Oh yeah, I actually peed myself watching that movie because it's so stupid. Such a good film. The Golden Ninja Warrior. I actually almost hyperventilated from one of them. It might have been Golden Ninja Warrior, or it was one of them. I genuinely blacked out. Like, I didn't pass out, but I was getting tunnel vision from hyperventilating from laughing. It was the fight scene at the end of the film. There's 12 of them, you know. Champion of the Ninjas, Ninja Warrior, Golden Ninja Warrior, Supreme Ninja Warrior. There's so many of them. There's so much insane things in those films. So basically, he filmed 6 of them in one go, and then he bought 3 what were like adult soft films, Asian adult soft films, and then he edited the stuff that he filmed into multiple different, to a whole bunch of films so we could sell them. And so Godfrey Ho was the director, but the guy that plays the Ninja Warrior, the American blonde guy, he didn't know that is what was going on, and it basically ruined his career. So there's like all this beef behind it, and like it's crazy. It's really interesting. There's a whole like lore behind those films. But yeah, they're absolutely comic genius. Doing dialogue through a telephone so he could splice the films as well. That's so clever. Because you would have thought that you would go, oh, how do we mix 2 completely different films? But then also what's weird is that the different films are filmed with different cameras. Oh yeah, and Jackie Chan's sister, who's called Betty Chan, is in one of the films. There's also a Batty Chan as well. Batty Chan. The more you learn about those films, the deeper you go, the more insane it gets. It's fantastic. We managed to we bought like 4 of them. Someone has them uploaded. Occasionally they get uploaded to YouTube, but I'd love to see all of them. Whoops. Nailed it. Oh, that was nice. Nice little slide through there. I'll have a look. There is some really good AI upscaling on like some old footage I've seen. Like if it's done carefully, it can actually be really good. There's that Peter Jackson World War I film. They never grew old or something. They won't grow old. I don't know, but that's really good. I think they're doing another one. The way they restored the film is really good. Not really AI. It's just, well, it is AI upscaling, but you know what I mean. It's more a good balance of manual and yeah, really good film. Bloody depressing though. Super depressing. Mind you, if you want to watch some World War I footage, you can just load up some YouTube videos on the Ukraine-Russia war. So, you know, make some of the World War I stuff positively delightful. This car handles really nice. It's quite heavy and clunky, but it's got a nice sort of little slide. You keep locking up. Try can you not make your brake less sensitive? What pedals are you using? So my pedal's a little bit less sensitive, and then that's the nice thing with heavier pedals or load cells is you can, it takes more range before you to put more pressure on it, so it's harder to accidentally lock up. It's probably not the stiffness, it's probably to do with the sensitivity. I mean, you could make them more stiff. I did a video on V3 settings with how you can make it harder, but you should probably just make it less sensitive. Turn the sensitivity down. Oh, I've got into second gear. Oh my god, we got away with that. I went into second when we should have been in third. That was AC being forgiving. Bloody hell, what we're doing. You turn brake force up. Don't you want to turn it down? I don't know which way does what makes it more or less sensitive. One way does one thing. One way or the other. Yeah, no, I know. I've got some V3s. Woo! Bloody hell. Ah! That is not what we wanted to do. Well, let's get off the track. Oh, that's it, yeah. I can never remember which way is which. At least you can... The nice thing with the Fanatec brake setting is you can see... If you've got a wheel with LEDs on it, when you have the brake force setting on, when you push the brake, you can... If it's plugged into the wheelbase, you can... see the lights light up, so you know how sensitive it is. Which is nice. I really like the you know, the Fanatec CSL Elite. I really like that wheel, and it's a shame that they kind of move to a new wheel. Basically, the DDs. Although I mean, the DDs are better, but I just like the CSL Elite. You've never used the lights on the wheel. Ooh. I need more tea. How many people we got in here? Oh, nice. I do find vintage cars are quite tiring to drive. You have the CSL. Yeah, you don't need to be honest. It feels, that wheel feels nice and smooth, especially with the Fanatec Formula rim. It works great, does the job. You know. It's not really that much different from the CSL DD. Probably wears out over time. I imagine the CSL DD won't wear out, but we haven't tried vintage Jonathan yet. No, not on this stream. I've driven it before. Yeah, I think there's a whole thing, like the whole sort of consumerism around sim racing can make you feel like, oh, I need to get a new wheel. Oh, that's new. Oh, but really, like with most stuff, there really is no reason. Like there really is no reason to be getting things. No, Pure is sold now, so you just need Pure. I think Pure standalone now. Go on, you just have to go on the Patreon and read the install instructions. That's all. Because they update them with new versions, so just read them. But I mean, really, for racing, affiliate links below. Yeah, for racing though, like, it's definitely worth having. I don't know how much fuel. It's 3 laps we're doing. Like 50 litres should be enough. It's definitely worth having a sort of 8 Newton meter DD or 12 Newton DD is really, really good. But like a CSL Elite or better, it's great. Absolutely fantastic, right? That will allow you to really feel what a car's doing. You can't really blame the game or your wheel once you've got to like a CSL Elite or better. I mean, a DD is still better, but you know, graphics card wise, like if you happen to not play at 4K and stuff, and you which is fine, you know, like a 2560 by 1440, 35-inch monitor, like a 2070 will do that. And if you're going to play in VR, 2070 with a Quest 3, you could probably run at 90 Hz on low settings. Quest 3 is really nice. Like, VR is amazing, but I mean, you could just play on a, I'd say, like a 2560 by 1440 monitor. You can enjoy sim racing perfectly fine with that. Loads a nice set of pedals, like CSL Elite or better pedals. A light T-slot sim rig. But really, that's kind of it, really. You might, in terms of sim racing, you might as well then start spending money on other hobbies. You could get the most out of sim racing. Like, well, that'd be interesting actually as a video. How much would you need to spend on sim racing to effectively be able to get the most out of sim racing? It's probably about $3,000. Basic T-slot sim rig, 12 Newton meter DD, load cell pedals, VR headset, and the gaming PC. Well, maybe like £4,000, £3,500. You'd want 2 wheel rims, like a GT3 rim and a circular rim. You probably want if you plan to do like drift, you want a shifter and a and a handbrake of some kind. Yeah, it's probably let's say it's £4,000 would get you basically all you would ever need to get 99% of what you could ever get out of sim racing. It'd be interesting to actually sit and price it out. We should do it. Should have a look. I'm gonna force it to the next session, otherwise we'll get stuck. What is this can't join player connecting thing? Kudos really messed this up. Like the admin should have authority over a joining player and just kick them out. There we go. Let's go racing here. Easy. Take it easy in the race, guys. Three laps, so plenty of time to crash. I can smell garlic. Someone's having a barbecue. Hello, motorcycle racer. Here we go. Burnout from the car in front. fantastic. How good is this? Oh no! Caught it. Whoops! Grasped the wheels there. Oh, thank you very much. Famous Geezer with the Twitch sub. Thank you. Ah! Ow. Try to use the R-Racing brake hack to catch the car. Thank you very much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. You're a rocket. The brake accelerator trick doesn't work too well in this car because the engine just overcomes the rear brakes. Off he goes to space. Hello, VR Hot Laps, how's it going? Hope you've got some ice cubes for your forehead. You look well. I look well. I'm alright, yeah. I felt like shit this morning. I didn't sleep too well last night because I think it's the heat. Felt like someone had beat me around the head with the board, but had some ibuprofen and feel a lot better now, actually. Pretty tired today, but it's been nice. It's pretty hot, but I've got aircon on down here, so it's quite nice. This shirt's nice for coolness as well. I'm not wearing it as a dress shirt. It's just made out of very thin material that's comfortable when it's hot. I need more shirts like this. It's like a synthetic silk, but it's really nice and cool. I need to get some more shirts that are made out of bamboo. The sort of bamboo cotton is really nice and it's cooler than cotton. It's weird that you can make material like clothing out of bamboo. Supposedly more sustainable. Yeah. Well, you know, you got to embrace old age. It's fine. Linen's weird though. It creases, and it yeah, it can be really good, but then it's a bit weird, isn't it? I know VR hot laps. It's just a tube. There's armholes with the sideways. It's like a cross. Two bits of bamboo stuck together. Oh yeah, and there's the leg. Hang on, how does that work? Yeah, not really thought about this. Stupid. Boob tube. I'm mold man. I'm made out of mold. Can't believe I drank that moldy water. That was so bad. That water was like 5-day-old mold water because it had fruit in the thing. It tasted so bad. I didn't drink it all. I had a sip, and then I was like, oh, that tastes positively. Well, I had a big gulp actually, and then I had a sip when I realised it tasted weird. Yeah, even Iron 8. Maybe there is like healthy mold water though, like maybe not mold, but like fungi water. You could probably sell it. I guess that's what what's that yeast? Why it's not beer? what's that fermented drink? You could. That's basically mold water. Yeah, kombucha. That's basically mold water. You noticed how older Formula cars had like 270mm wheel rims, or even larger. But the older cars, really old cars, have really thin wheels. Like the thickness of the actual bit you hold onto is thin. But then for Formula cars, the sort of 70s, 80s, and 90s have quite thick. I guess because you're gripping onto them. But then it seems like we've gone back to quite thin grips on steering wheels. Which is weird that era in Formula 1 with circular wheels, that they actually went for quite thick wheel rims. Small diameter but quite thick. But I guess you had to hold on to it quite hard, and so it gives you a better grip. Yeah, and there's a mix now with the GT3 rims and stuff. I quite like a chunky wheel rim myself, though. I think it feels quite nice. It feels like you're holding on to something decent. Oh, there's a bit of understeer there. No, modern Formula 1 cars do have power steering. Just about everything has power steering now. There's some fictional track that they put into a lot of games now. Don't know why. It's quite a pain to learn, but they've decided it's like a ridiculous. I think it's called like Countryside Castle track or something. It's in loads of sims. Now, I don't know why. But it's a ridiculous track. I mean, this sort of thing would never get built in real life. It'd be silly, wouldn't it? Obviously, this would just be too dangerous. Country Castle Racetrack. German Forest Raceway, I think that's the other name. But it must be like popular or something. Because they put it in all the games now. Maybe it's like that Mario track that is in loads of stuff. Or like Trial Mountain. Thanks, Kunos Curbs. German M25. This is actually the main road that goes from Frankfurt to Berlin. No speed limit. Can you imagine? Imagine if this road was like this and it went all the way Frankfurt to Berlin full speed. That'd be well good. You could have a race every year, the Frankfurt to Berlin rally. That would be amazing. It'd be a 6-hour race or so. Not with modern cars. Yeah, Germans aren't very clever. They built this as a public road, but they rather stupidly, it's a circle, so you don't go anywhere. Silly Germans. What's the point? What a silly mistake. You can't even get off it. It's only got one exit. They're really not very good at making roads in Germany. They built this as a trap for Germans that like to break the speed limit or that Germans that like to drive quickly, they end up getting on this and then they break their car before they come off it. It's like the Venus flytraps of race circuits, of roads. It's like that. What's that plant in the jungle with the like bucket that the flies get stuck in and they can't get out again? That's what this is. Yeah, picture plant. You see, picture plant of roads. Those plants creep me out. Really creep me out. Like when I was a teenager, I was fascinated by them. But then I'd have like weird dreams where you like fall into a plant and you get digested slowly. I don't know if you guys remember, there was a thing when we were like, well, back in like the 90s or early 2000s, where a guy had been eaten by a snake and he was half digested, and there was pictures of it. It was in some like weird book I had. I think it was like a conspiracy book. I'd love to read that. They had these. They were like magazine-sized books, and they had one on like ghosts, one on like alien UFOs. They're basically conspiracy books, and they were ridiculous but pretty funny. They had loads of pictures in them. I wish I still had them because I loved them as a kid when I was like 9 or 10. They'd have like pictures of Area 51 and Bob Lazar's stupid story. And that was it, the Bible, yeah. You have pictures in the Bible. What were they called? Do any of you remember them? They're like magazine size. Probably, they weren't that thick. Probably like half a centimetre in thickness. Not huge in depth. And then they're basically like picture... I need to try and find them on Google. There was conspiracy... I don't even know what they'd be called. I don't even know where they came from. Maybe they were magazines, but I seem to remember them being more like books rather than magazines. I'm getting too good at this track. What was I saying? That's what you get for being. That's what you get for saying you're getting too good. A wall. Merry Christmas in the wall you go. I'm getting too good, Dead. Yeah, no, we were talking about the picture plant, but that's something else. We're a bit delayed. You might want to refresh the stream. Poor VR Hot Laps. He's out of time with the universe. race over. Oh, I got 4th. Well done, Earnhardt Simp. Tory Esports 2nd, Burby 3rd, myself 4th. Where's Captain Slowly? Ah, the Unexplained series. Is that it? Hang on. It's basically Joe Rogan. Was that it? I'm not sure if that was it. No, it's something similar. Something similar to that. I don't think it was that. The covers don't look. The covers look different. Maybe it was like a UK release of it. It was like that, yeah. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't that, unless it was like a. Because those are from the 80s. These were definitely 90s or 2000s. What? Reader's Digest Mysteries of the Unexplained. Did you just make that up? No, that's not it either. Oh no! I'll recognise it as soon as I see the cover. It's definitely like that. Wasn't the X Factor, or maybe it was. No, oh, I don't know. That seems to be. It might have been the X Factor. No, that's closer though. I've got to find it. What were they called? Like paranormal something. Like one of them was ghosts, one was like UFOs. Maybe it was 90s magazines. One of them had like Bigfoot in it. Yeah, what? Hang on. Strange but True. Was that it? Hang on. No, it wasn't that. It wasn't that. Oh, come on. As soon as I see the cover, I recognise it. It's got to be somewhere. Well, I'm going to make another server in a minute. What were you... Do you think it was a Strange but True thing? CKTL. Strange but true. Strange but true. Strange but true. Strange but true. Oh, mystery sounds right. That sounds right. What's this? This is like the German. The world's last mysteries. Mysteries of the unexplained. Where you getting all these from? Maybe it's Strange Mysteries. The German version of it. What was that? What was it called? CKTL? The World Book Site. I can't explain what it looked like. It looked like late 90s, early 2000s. Kind of X-Filey. It's like a six book. Yeah, it sounds like the CKTL. The books that's seems like those are the right topics. Because as I said, Bigfoot, ghosts, Bermuda Triangle, and UFOs. I can't see the link. Hang on, let me give you make you a mod. Right, post the link. Yeah, I think they had a picture of that girl that's in the window on one of the books, and a picture of Bigfoot on one of the books. CKTL, paste the link. I've demodded you. All right, here we go. Won't let me. That won't load. That link's terrible. Oh, let me try again. Full link. Type the whole link in. You're modded. It'll work this time. Can't be bothered to type it out manually. Go on, type it properly. I'm too lazy. There we go. Right, let's see. No, that's not it. It's the right topics, but it had different covers. $150? Nah, that's not right. Nah, it's not them. No. Stories of the paranormal. Woo! Maybe it was the X Factor ones. Don't think it was though. No, I don't think it's Fate magazine. It wasn't a magazine, it was a book. Like they were more like a 6-part book or something. Yeah, it was like a 6-part. Oh no, this is gonna. It'll all be cashing in on the X-Files stuff, won't it? Because all the X-Files in the 90s was like a really big. Alex Jones children's series. Can you imagine? Never gonna find it, guys. Never gonna find it. Never will we will I experience game over, yeah. It was basically like Joe Rogan in a book. Right, guys. I think it's like 7 o'clock. I'm dead. I'm vintaged out. I think I need a break. Right, yeah. We'll raid Simgate the Nerd. I'm gonna have a cup of tea and fall asleep, hopefully. We'll do some more vintage racing and more AC soon as well, though. So, thanks for taking part, guys. Really do appreciate the donations we had, which were mental, and the subscriptions and everything. I've ordered the didgeridoo, but it won't come till Tuesday. But we're set for the didgeridoo stream. Top-notch stuff. Really appreciate it, guys. Yeah, hopefully see you tomorrow. Hopefully sleep a bit. Hopefully do some more videos as well. But till then, take care. Thanks for watching and goodbye.
Goodbye to the people who hated on me. Goodbye to the people who loved me. Goodbye to the people who trusted me. Goodbye to everybody.
And now I'll go. Bye bye.